Good morning, everybody. If you don't mind hitting that one button, if I sound good audibly speaking, that is. So if we can get a mic check here, make sure everything else is appearing as it should. So again, if I sound good from a mic standpoint, could you hit that number one? Thank you, Kyle. Oh, Travis, good morning. Austin, thank you. Chris, good morning. Thank you. Jack, okay, very good. Well, quite the event. Don't we have like 37 things going on right now? Trump's at a news conference, Powell's speaking. Seems like a whole lot is going on right at this very moment. Right before the live stream started, this was actually plus 15. I bought this pullback here. Where did I buy it? I think I tried at the overnight high. Bought the pullback thinking, okay, pull back and go. And as you can see here, it did not. It kept on bleeding down through there. So, yeah, I guess if I was up 15, that was about a $75-ish loss on that one right before the live stream started. But yeah, I liked it. It seemed like a good strong breakout, pull back and go. But yeah, it just kept bleeding. So that was a trade right before the whole stream started. But I guess you can't win them all. Yeah, I heard it was 14 minutes, but yeah. Yes, Pitch You Bull, thank you, yeah. Thank you for that reminder. Hit that like button if you've been here before. If you've never been here before, welcome. It's great to have you. No need to hit the like button because I totally understand you don't know if you're going to enjoy this or not. But if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, then yes, hitting that like button would be greatly appreciated. And we'll see what happens today. As I was just mentioning, there's a lot of things going on, and I'm a little jaded right now because, like I said, I took the trade right there, and I thought it was a beautiful setup. But when you have all this stuff going on, here he is, folks, the man, the myth, the legend. Once you get Clade, you'll always good one, John. Hey, good morning, Soak. Can anybody confirm, is Trump still at this news conference right now taking questions? Last I heard it was Q&A. Is he still doing that? And Paul is, yesterday Paul spoke for like 2 hours. So I'm assuming Paul is still speaking. He just stopped? Okay, so that variable is out of the equation. He just stopped. Trade futures, good morning to you. Now I guess we just have the Paul variable. So again, I assume Paul is still speaking. And then, I mean, there's always the overarching variable of just Trump in general. When could a Trump tweet show up? But at least we have the news conference variable gone. Brian, good morning. Fairly new to all this. Well, good to have you, Brian. Trading is fun, but that's also kind of a problem because something is fun. It can get lost with the seriousness to which it needs to be treated. Because fun stuff, you'd think, oh, it's just fun. I'm just having fun. This is fun. Therefore, I don't need to be super serious. But yes, in trading, you can't let those two things depart one another, which I think is something else that makes trading hard because trading is fun. It's exciting. It's a challenge. But then, like I said, sometimes the line of fun and levels of seriousness can kind of be hard to identify. Hey, it's Kevin from Lakeland, Florida. Good morning, Kevin. Like I was just saying, sorry to repeat myself, but I know there's still people getting... next time I need to remember to let more people get logged on before I kind of explain. But yeah, I'm a little untrusting right now, as right before the live stream started, I saw the breakout, was like, all right, don't chase, be patient, bought the pullback, and then it just kept pulling back. So which took me on my MNQs from plus 15 down to that. So about a $75 loss right before the stream started. So again, this is the same account. That is my NQ trades on the day for this account. That is my MNQ. If you're wondering how my platform is set up here. Good morning, Spider. Rick, good morning. Cal, good morning. Frank, hola. Up almost 200 on. Good job, Cal. Good job. Up almost 200. Very good. Unless I missed it, can somebody confirm, is Paul still speaking? Right now, I'm assuming he is, but that is a straight up assumption. Is Paul still testifying right now? Can anybody confirm that? If you don't mind. Paul is still speaking. Thanks, Austin. Thank you, Sparta Lily. So kind of just, I'm not seeing anything totally no-brainer-ish right now. I've been tracking the lows and riding up since it's bull market, but very carefully because I still... Yeah, Cal. Slow and steady, slow and steady. That's a good way to go about it. Don't show up guns a-blazing, 15 NQs. I mean, it's fun. It's crazy to see how fast the numbers can add up, but they can add up two ways. One way is fun, the other way not so fun. I guess I can get rid of these trend lines here. They serve their purpose already. That was a beautiful one right here. That was one of my first trades. I had this trend line mapped out to members of the community earlier. And then, actually, so people can see I'm not just saying stuff. So right here was that trend line that I'd mapped out to the people, to the private community members. So I had that mapped out. And then missed that, so that was a little irritating. But to my credit, I was patient, didn't FOMO, bought the pullback. I don't know, somewhere around here, and then got the move back up. So that is where that trade or that came from. But yeah, so that was a nice trend line. Wish I would have caught the initial breakout because that was a good solid move. Quick question: will oil stocks remain to go up? I have no idea. I don't know. I can offer you a guess, but I have no idea if what's going to actually happen. I wish I was that smart where I could just tell you what will or will not happen. But the best I can do is a guess. Discipline over dopamine. Yes, Kyle, you will need to remember that once you get started in futures, which I learned yesterday. You're still some Lululemon investor. Do you stream in the private community? No, I do what I just did there. I give images with the screenshots and stuff. But this is actually very hard, so it's nice to be able to just focus for myself. But live streaming and trading is quite a challenge. For me, it's quite a challenge. Maybe other people, no problem. But for me, it's very challenging. So I would not be able to live stream for, if I did that private community too. It'd be like, there's just too many things going on because I have to make alerts to the private community. I need to trade for myself, all that sort of stuff. So there's just too much stuff going on. Trump was hilarious. Was he just roasting the people on their questions or what? Personally, I think the live streaming is more of a... I think it's better to just give alerts, give screenshots like I did there, and then that way people can just look at it and then think for themselves. But sometimes I wonder if this does more harm than good in terms of wanting to create the urge to puppet trade. I don't want to be surrounded by sheep. I want to be surrounded by wolves that think for themselves. Well, I mean, come on. What's Powell really going to say? Not a whole lot. Overall, though, Powell's doing a good job, I think. Treadline. I'm thinking, do I want to try it for a bounce? Because not only do you have the trend line right here, it's also now basically coinciding with the dotted yellow line, which is the VWAP, which of course guarantees nothing, but in my mind, is it valid? Is it logical to think that that area, because you have the double whammy of support, could provide support, could create a bounce? Yeah, I think that's a valid, logical thought process to have. Again, not guaranteed, but I don't think I'm too crazy in that thought. I think there's logic, some logic behind it. Obviously, feel free to disagree, but we'll see what happens. Potentially getting early phases of of maybe some sort of ascending triangle here. I really got to get a new mouse. Like my mouse just like, you can see where the mouse died, came back to life, died, came back to life. Anybody got a good mouse? I can't remember. What is this? This is Razer Lancehead Tournament Edition. Ooh, this must be like a gamer. Yeah, like I said, John, right here. John, actually, no, dude, you seem to be a fan, yet you're that skeptical of me for $99. Come on, man, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, I know you're doing it with humor, but it seems like you trust me. It seems like you know, it's all at the site. It's all at the site. Okay, well, check out the site. You can learn about it all right here. I'll send you the link. And I say this with all due respect, but I'm not really looking to give a sales pitch for something that costs $99 every 3 months, you know? So I'll let that. But I don't really have the brain power to try to sales pitch somebody on a service that's a measly $99 for 3 months. I get it, like $99 a month. Okay. That's like $1,200 a year. But come on now, $99 for every 3 months. I've done the math. It's $8.25 per week. Got to protect brain capital. Trying to sales pitch somebody on a service that's $8.25 a week. I can't do it. Ooh. Well, if this wants to come back up, I'll be interested in going along here. Let's see if it wants to come back up. All right, Johnny. Remember, Johnny needs to be ignored. First day with pro account. Nice, Matthew. Notice in paperwork that TPT can close your account for doing too many quick scalps. I've never heard of that happening. I've never had a pro account close for too many quick scalps. So not to mention, like, how are they defining quick? I don't know. So I've never heard of it, that is being an issue. I've never had that as an issue with me, that as somebody that's done lots of quick scalps. Again, I don't even know what does that even mean? Quick. Like, how are you defining quick? All right. Yeah, nobody believes you, Johnny. Nobody believes you. Whoa. All right. But cool, Johnny. We'll play along. Good job, buddy. Good job. We'll let him be for now, but if he gets too obnoxious, we'll just ban him. All right, let's see if we can get, what would that be? No, about $100. See if I can get a bounce off of here. Assuming the price wants to come back up to that green line. Let's see if it can bounce back up. And I am in. Red line is my first profit target. Hey, JJ, good morning. Oh, come on, you dirty dog. Oh, so close to my first profit target, yet oh, so far away. And stopped out. What a. All right, all right. That's 2 in a row now, as I was explaining to people. First trade was this morning, broke out, waited for it to pull back, bought the pullback just to have it continue to bleed. This situation here, tried to play the bounce off the 200 period. And yeah, if I would have chosen to scalp, that would have been a green trade. So maybe I need to transition over to becoming more of a scalper today. Because this whole trying to let the thing work for me, it isn't working right now. Although to be fair, even if I had chosen a scalp on that one, it still would not have been a winner. Like that was a loser no matter what you chose to do. Whether you chose to scalp or try to let the trade work for you, yeah, that one right there would have been a loser either way. This one, as you saw, that could have, very realistically been a nice little scalpy scalp, but like I said, I thought it had a chance to at least get up to the VWAP, and then if it pushed up through there, even more upside pressure, but nope. The new thing that's been happening is that my I think you mean copy groups disappear, and so I'm. Oh, so like your accounts are detaching? Yeah, that sounds like a Tradovate issue there. Hey Clay, I know you're a busy man. Is there any way you can explain the prop firm thing in a quick way? Like I said, I'm. Pretty much all you do, Brian, is you put a small amount of money at risk. The amount of money at risk is just whatever you pay for the account. So if you go to the link at the top of the screen, use code Clay. That's how these prices will show up because code Clay gives you the 30% off. But for example, I'll just go at 50K. If you want 50K, that's 50K purchasing power, and it'll cost you 119. You have to pass a test, show that you know what you're doing. So show that you can make 3,000, but they want you to manage risk. You can't lose 2,000. And you can take as long as you want to pass this test. After you pass the test, you go from test into pro, and when you're in the pro accounts, the money that you begin to make, you can start to what's called a payout. You can pay yourself. So at the end of the day, though, your total risk, your all-in risk is just $119 because that's all you ever spent to get the account. So we had, who was it? Somebody last week, Alan. He got $2,000 in payouts, but he had $219 total in. So he invested $219 to get his accounts. He got past the test, got to pro, got $2,000 in payouts. So that's a pretty good ROI to have. I think it was like $220 all in, and then to get paid $2,000. And then he did lose the account, which you can always buy the accounts back. But the point here is that you can generate some really crazy ROIs. In fact, what was that ROI? Like I said, he got $2,000 in payouts, but he had, I think, $219 all in. So minus 1 times 100. Yeah, 813% return on investment. But yeah, that's the Cliff Notes version. And then you day trade futures too. So the prop firm is for day trading futures, which is where it's at. Day trade anything else, futures will look like paint drying. We had somebody I said, hey, give me your best, and this was yesterday. I said, give me your best ever small cap trade. So he told us how he degened in, YOLO'd, and he made this money. And I was like, okay, let's compare this to day trading futures through a prop firm. And if anybody was here for that, we made his results look very silly, very inefficient, because he was taking on way more risk for less results, and he needed a huge move in order to get those results. So, I'm not saying you can't make money day trading stocks or day trading options or crypto or Forex. All I'm saying is day trading futures through a prop firm is definitely the most efficient way. And we had a very good example of that yesterday. Because I know a lot of people that are new, they show up thinking they got to trade the small caps, the low floats, the short squeezes. And yeah, it can appear to be making very big money. But then when you look at the actual numbers and you realize how much was being risked versus some other components, it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of a very inefficient use of your capital. It's a very risky use of your capital. So this thing just continues to bleed. Holy Oh, wow, okay. So you have to really know about futures, though, right? Because I'm trying to learn. Well, you got to learn about charts. Learn about charts first, because once you learn about and understand a chart, then you can trade anything. Because all a chart is telling you is what a value of something is doing. Futures have a value. Stocks have a value. Options have a value. Forex has a value. Crypto has a value. Therefore, charts can be used for any of those things. So it's not really about learning about futures per se. It's just learning charts, because once you understand charts, you're 97% of the way there to understanding futures. John, you can expect a ban. If you think I'm going to run a deal for something that's already $8.25 per week, that's like a bannable offense. That's like an insult. So for you, John, on Prime Day, prices go up. Just for John, though, on Prime Day. Or on Clay Day, excuse me. All right, well, if you're already knowing about charts and you like I said, this is all charts right here. It just happens to be charts for futures. Oh, I'm not joking, though, John. Clay Day for you, prices go up. Tripled. The John special on Prime Day, only for John. Tripled prices. All right, at this point, maybe. Are we about to drift all the way down to the pink line here, which is the 200 period moving average? Kind of in a no man's land right now. I can't say that I see any like just in your brain solid areas of support. Maybe, I don't know, right around here, I suppose, at maybe 445, but I don't know. Yeah, John Day. Yeah, there we go, Ryan. We'll call it John Day. You're welcome, Brian. John Day. Triple the prices for anybody named John. Okay, I like this as a short, actually. I can get short here and then stop right above these highs. There we go. Let's see if this wants to get rejected back down. First target right there. Next target right there. Come on, can you film me this time? Don't do it. For right now, I could be having a totally little scalpy scalp right now in the green. So maybe I'm going to be stupid again for not choosing a scalp. But I want to give this thing a chance to come down. But hindsight will be the judge. There we go. There's first target hit. Come on down some more. Hit that second target. There we go. Very good. All right. Put one more target down there. And then let's bring my stop loss into green territory. So this is a winning trade no matter what. Let me bring this down some more. So this will be a winning trade now no matter what. No, keep bleeding. All right, well, so there we go. All right, on the board. Probably got a little too aggressive with that stop, but given I was on a 2-trade lose streak, I wanted to just make sure that was going to be a green trade. Because had that come all the way back up and had I left my stop like up here where it would have still been a losing trade, even have a small losing trade, which would, or even break even at that point, but to then be looking at the gains I could, I just, for my own psychology, I wanted to be more aggressive with that stop. But there we go. I love those ones. I love those ones where you get yourself a tight little risk, and then it seems like you have a high likelihood where it at least rolls back over. And yeah, the edge played out just fine there. It's playing out even more. But hey, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Let's try to get this up to 50. We're 12 away from 50. If we could get up to 50 before the 30-minute mark, that's always that tells me we're on a good pace of likes. What are you trading right now? I'm trading I'm trading futures, the NQ and MNQ. Trump verbally attacking Powell again. Well, that's shocking. I am shorting 85 hood. Pitchu Bull, are you day trading stocks? If so, I'd respectfully throw out. Okay, I'd respectfully throw out to you. You're being very inefficient with your capital. You're working way harder than you actually need to. How many shares? I had 85. Pitchu Bull. 1,200. Oh my goodness, dude. Congrats. You're quite the baller. You got quite the account, but goodness, you're I'm telling you, man. Have you ever heard of? Have you ever futures trading, Pitch You Bull? Don't you do stocks anymore? No, stocks are pure garbage. Day trading. If we're in the category of investing, I'm all for stocks. But as a former day trader of stocks for many years, I can attest day trading stocks are pure garbage compared to futures. Yes, yes, correct. I did used to trade stocks, used to day trade options, but now those things truly are. They are garbage compared to futures. Futures offer so many better benefits, not to mention just the way that they move, and then you factor in the whole idea of prop firms and how you can manage risk. It just makes so much sense. What percent of trades you? Oh, I have no idea, Rick. I have no idea. I could give you a percentage, but it would totally be a guess. It's always fine to potential stocks or even futures. So what is your? Well, that's the great thing here about Pam's plant. Pam's plant is the argument that I use here to illustrate why you should, from a day trading standpoint, why you should day trade futures through a prop firm. And right here, your question: how do you find them? Well, you don't have to find them. That's the great thing about futures is you find a futures contract, maybe one or two, and then that's it. You'll trade the same thing every single day. You don't have to spend any time at all on scanning. You get to save time. Some scanners charge you money. You don't have to spend money on scanners. So yeah, right there in and of itself is one of the reasons why day trading futures is a great thing. So yeah, you don't have to scan. I would say start off with MNQ. Some people may say start off with MES, and that's fine too. But start off with one of those. And then you can just watch and trade those every single day, because every single day those things give multiple opportunities. Well, Pitch Bull, I mean, you're shorting at, what'd you say, 85 for Hood? Yeah, 85, you want to do 1,200 shares. So if it's $85 per share and you're going to do 1,200, I mean, dude, $102,000. So I'm assuming you're using leverage. But I like, especially if you did copy trading, Pitch Bull, your mind would be blown. Because, I mean, it takes quite a bit for Hood to move $1, right? Would you agree? I don't want to pitch you, Bull. Would you say, yeah, for Hood to move even $1 per share, that would be, what is up with Tradeovate? Keeps popping in and out. Tradeovate with some issues today, apparently. Hey, Bart. Why garbage stocks, don't you? No, my channel has always been based on charts, Backstage Buzz. And I told you why. Stocks move very slowly compared to futures. Futures, the way they move, the way the points system works, it's just better. Again, in the category of day trading, if you're talking about investing, I love stocks. I invest in stocks. In the category of day trading, those stocks, they're just not good. And everybody since I started the live stream that has gone and tried, so they've been either day traders of crypto, options, or stocks. Every single person since I started the live stream about 4.5 months ago that has tried has come back and said, yep, Pam's plant was not lying, Clay. Futures are definitely better. Hey, Ace Trades? Yeah, Mike, what is up with Tradeovate today? I'm a little worried to try to take another trade here. And this definitely does have bearish flavor to it now. Comes up here to the trend line and gets pushed back down. I'd be interested in getting short again, but I'm also a little weirded out by the fact that you can't see this, but my 5-minute over here, once again, it just went out and then came back. Anybody else having the Tradeovate issues? Okay, thank you, Cal. Cal's also having them. Okay. So good to know that I'm not alone with the glitch. So yes, right now, I mean, I'm liking all this. I'm just not like, did I just do it again? Nope. All right, I thought the 5 minute just... And that's the other weird thing. It's like, why are some time frames glitching out but not others? I took trade on NQ and Ninja Trader makes it out, but didn't register on take. Well, yeah, it like you just did. There's sometimes a little delay on Take Profit Trader's dashboard. Yeah, no. Well, what are you using backstage? Are you using charts to make your decision? So in your day trading of stocks, what is your primary decision tool? The chart? Ace trades. D. Mitch Thorpe. Yeah, I went to TradingView this morning because Tradeovate was... Okay, thank you, D. Mitchell, for the added confirmation. But it looks like... who was that? Pitchu Bull. Again, question Pitchu Bull. Would you agree that for Hood to make a dollar move, that's actually pretty... That would be considered pretty significant for Hood to make a dollar move in, a couple minutes or so? Thought it might have to do with the glitching you're talking about. Oh, no, that Lonnie, that's kind of par for the course. Pretty much have this bear pennant here. Like I said, I'm just a little sketched out right now because of, I guess I can get rid of that, because of the glitchiness here on Tradeovate. Yeah, I could see myself interested in taking that, but I'm not going to, just because, again, I want to see if I can get some sort of reliability here on the platform Tradeovate before I charts. Okay, so the only difference for you, Backstage Buzz, would be instead of using charts for stocks, you're now using charts for futures. Because that's all futures are. Futures are just charts. And if you already use a chart, like I said, the only difference for you would be using charts to day trade futures. Are you able to day trade? Like, do you have more than $25,000 in your account so that you don't have to worry about the pattern day trading rule? I'm watching for now. Too choppy to trade for my liking. Gotcha. Yeah, that's true, Nas. I guess I could keep trading, just really size down. But I'm just going to sit and watch. The stream is young. The stream is young. There's still plenty of time to make some more trades. Rob, yeah, mega glitchy. Okay, all right. Well, that makes me feel good in a way. Made 1,200 today. Tradeovate too glitchy, a bit for me. What's your thoughts on IBIO for Lady T? Yeah, just charts. Yeah, pure technical. But again, Backstage Buzz, do you have over $25,000? So you can day trade as much as you want? My thoughts on IBIO, Lady T? My thoughts would be to stay away from IBIO because you are still a very new trader and you're getting ahead of yourself. How do I know this? Well, because you just put yourself in a very dangerous position with that question. What is this dangerous position you just put yourself in? Well, let's assume that you're investing in IBIO. But I assume that you're asking for my thoughts from a day trading standpoint, and then I tell you my thoughts from a day trading standpoint. For you, that is very dangerous information because as an investor, you don't care about a day trader's thoughts. On the flip side, maybe you're asking for my thoughts from a day trading standpoint, but I assume you're asking about my thoughts from an investment standpoint, so then I give you a bunch of thoughts on investing. Again, that's very dangerous. That's very irrelevant thoughts for somebody that's actually asking about a day trader standpoint. So the fact that you did not know how to provide context tells me you're very new in your journey. No problem. We all start off as new. But that is why I would say just stay away from IBIO. You have a lot more learning to do. Had you shown up and said, hey, Clay, I'm a day trader. I primarily use the 5-minute time frame. What are your thoughts on IBIO? Okay, that's somebody that I can tell is not brand new. Or if you showed up, hey, Clay, what are your thoughts on IBIO? I'm looking at it from an investment angle, or I'm looking to take a very long-term trade on it. Okay, that tells me you're not new because you provided additional context. But just say, what's your thoughts on IBIO? Zero context, very dangerous spot you just put yourself in. So slow down, do a little bit more learning before you worry about putting your money into anything. No. Well, okay, no, backstage. Do you want to be a day trader backstage, Buzz? Backstage or day trader being defined as unlimited day trades every single day? Well, that was quite the pop back up. And I was interested in potentially getting short there. That would have suckered me right in. Okay, well, you cannot be a day trader in stocks because of the pattern day trader rule, because you don't have $25,000. Again, day trader being defined as being able to make as many day trades as you want every single day. Again, very stupid rule, but in the world of stocks and options, you have that rule. I know some people are like, well, you can use the cash account. Yeah, that still doesn't solve the cash settlement rules, though. At the end of the day, you will run out of cash, and you cannot make as many day trades as you want. But that is one of the good things here with futures. And again, Pam's plant. In fact, reason number one, Pam's is explaining why futures are awesome, but here's the main reason why futures are awesome. Pattern day trading rule, there is none. So right there, in and of itself, is giving you a whole bunch of goodness in terms of being able to be a day trader. So the minimum you would need, whose course or community do you recommend for beginners to learn trading? Well, I'm a little biased in that, but I'd recommend mine, Corey. I'd recommend... So this is, you asked about community, right here. So yes, I am biased, but you asked, so I'm going to give you my answer. There you go. That's who I would recommend. And then you could get started in day trading for Backstage Buzz for right here. $105. $105 gets you 25K in purchasing power. And right there, you have unlimited day trades every day. And again, it's futures, but it's just charts anyways. So yeah, your big issue would be, and that's why it's a big, it's kind of a contradiction. I want to be a day trader. Well, do you have $25,000? No. Well, then you can't be a day trader because you only get, so here's, if you're not familiar with the pattern day trading rule, this is what it states. Pattern day trading rule, you get 3 day trades, and a day trade is defined as buying and selling in the same day. So that's what a day trade is. You get 3 of those every 5 days under the pattern day trading rule. So every 5 days, you can do it 3 times where you buy and sell something in the same day, which is crazy. Ridiculous rule, ridiculous regulation, but it is what it is. But that rule does not exist in futures. So yeah, you can make as many day trades as you want every single day. You don't. Your only risk is this, the 105. If you fail the test because you lose more than 1,500, now that's not, you don't lose 1,500 out of your pocket. They will take the account away from you, so you lose 105. You can go to the site and read more about it, Backstage Buzz. But yes, it is definitionally speaking impossible for you to be a day trader if you are under the pattern day trader rule. Given you literally cannot make as many day trades as you want. I'm going to get short here. See if we can get a rejection back down off of this 21 EMA and the pink line here. So looking to get short at the red line. Oh, now it's blinking blue. Great. I can't stand when that line blinks. You can only lose. Yeah, what country are you in? No, if you're trading U.S. stocks, Backstage Buzz, you still got the pattern day trading rule if you're trying to trade the USA markets. And you want to trade the USA markets. They're by far the best. There we go, little scalpy scalp. They are far the best in the market or in the world to trade. Most liquid, most volume, all that sort of stuff. Not to mention, at the end of the day, even if you didn't have to worry about the PDT, who cares? Futures move better than stocks anyways. And anybody, literally anybody that has day traded stocks and has moved to futures will tell you, oh yeah, futures move way better than stocks. Even the small cap ones, the low floats, the short squeezes. Like I said, I just did numbers in yesterday's live stream showing how somebody, they showed up, and because I always like to give people warnings. Like, hey, tell me your best small cap trade. But be warned, I'm going to kind of rain on your parade. I'm going to make your results look very inefficient. So somebody yesterday was like, Well, I used $10,000 and I made 10 or I made 15. And then I showed them a very modest futures calculation where they could have for $1,260 made $20,000. Lady T, you can learn more about what I have to offer here. So I'll send you this link real quick. So that is my mentorship program, course, training, whatever you want to call it. There you go. Figures. I scalp up, but then again, I'm a little sketched out by the glitchiness of the platform. So that is why I want to do more of a scalp, but typical. Don't do a scalp and then I get would have been a nice follow through down through there. So anybody that took that trade and actually did not scalp and is letting it work for you, congratulations. Let's see if this trend line ultimately plays out or not. Hey, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Let's push this up to 75 likes here. Would love to see if we can get up to 100 likes by the hour mark. I don't know if that's possible, and I'm not going to make that any sort of requirement, but yeah, if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Yes, if you use code John, you will pay triple. Exactly. Okay, well, I assuming that's true, Backstage Buzz, I'll believe you. That changes nothing. Futures move way better than stocks. Way better. Like I'm telling you, if you try futures trading, you're going to look at stock trading and be like, wow, that's like watching paint dry. And again, that's coming from me, who that has day traded stocks and options for years upon years upon years. Like you said, you remember the channel when I was, day trading the stocks and stuff? Well, it is breaking that trend line. I don't try. I wish it would have not come to... Man. Okay, big moment here. Look at the 5 minute. At the pink line, 200 period. Does not seem like it even cares about... Oh, wow. Does not care at all. Did not care one bit about that 200 period. We'll see if it tries to bounce back above it. I looked at futures like a gamble. No, you have many faulty misconceptions here. Futures are no more a gamble or whatever you want to call it than, crossing a busy street is a gamble. That's why we're all taught one of our first risk management lessons as a kid is when it comes to crossing the street, because that's a gamble. Crossing a busy road, you're gambling with your life, but there are some strategies you can use to increase the odds that you don't get hit by a truck. But again, just remember, Backstage Buzz, it's Pam's plan. I'm not saying to just go do futures. I'm saying do futures through a prop firm, because futures move very, very quickly. And you could very realistically lose thousands of dollars just poof, just like that. But that's why if you do it within the prop firm, you have that built-in insulated risk. Backstage Buzz, dude, I'm trying to be patient with you, my friend, but you don't seem to be listening to what I'm saying. Like I said, you already know how to trade futures because you already use charts. Like I said, I could lie to you right now, Backstage Buzz. I could say I'm trading stocks right now. And you'd have no idea. You wouldn't know any different. You'd be like, okay, what stock? You would not question that for a minute because this could totally be a stock chart. I could lie and say, okay, right now I'm trading Forex. And if I have everything covered up, you're like, okay, well, what pairing are you trading? Because it's just charts. You are literally the reason why I did this podcast right here. So here's your homework assignment. Going to give you a homework assignment. You got go listen. It's not long, but right here. You are right now, you fall into this category. You have a false lens. You are not understanding. So, homework assignment, go listen to this. Oh my goodness, Black. Please. Please. Go listen to this. You are I understand why you're thinking like you are, but that's why it's a false lens. So that's your homework assignment. Go listen to that. Ooh, do I try to back test of the tread line? Back tests and go. I'm going to give it a try. Again, if you're in the camp where you're like, man, futures look really great, but I don't really know anything about futures. I got to go learn futures. I don't know if I have the time to learn about futures. If you already use charts, I'm telling you, you're 97% of the way there. Go listen to that podcast that I just linked to backstage, and you'll see what I mean. I think it's like a 12-minute episode. Well, I tried. It clearly here did not bounce up high enough for me to get short, so never mind on that one. No, you don't use your own money. Nothing changes once you get your pro account. Whatever you bought the account for, that is still the exact amount that is at risk. That's what makes it so crazy. Well, ultimately it did turn out to be a very nice bounce at the 200 period. At first, when it approached it, it just cut down through it like a warm knife through butter. I'm not going to short it now. I'm not looking to really short a hammer candle. Especially when I know Powell is still speaking, so, I mean, we're still in that choppy territory like we were yesterday, where things can get squirrely in a hurry. Yeah, I'd love to be able to get up to 75 likes here on the next few minutes. So if you have not yet hit that like button, please do hit it. It's a very important indicator. It helps dictate how long the live stream is going to actually go. I will keep live streaming for as long as I can tell people are interested. And the way I tell people are interested is via the like button. So if you are enjoying, if you want to have an influence on the party continuing, then hit that like button. Is he sharing trades? Why do you ask? Are you looking to copy trades? Thalia? Are you here to just blindly follow? Are you looking for signals to blindly follow? Thalia? Is that why you ask? Uh-oh. 5 minute just glitched out again. For the past few days, I've been getting black screens instead of ad breaks. And I have to close the stream and open again for the video to continue. I don't know what to tell you there, Nas. Liverpool, morning. I don't think I knew that you were in Canada. But either way, good to see you. 52 up to about $100 risk. Nope, I'm not. Look, just did it. Nope, okay, it's back. Nope, 5 minute just glitched out again. Did you have trouble with Take Profit Trader? The money I bought keeps coming and going. You're gonna have to be a little more specific. I don't know what you mean by the money I bought keeps coming and going. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Melissa. Again. Let's see if I can capture it again. Let's see if it just cuts out. Again, this is the 5 minute time frame. We'll see if it glitches out again. Of course, when it's in the spotlight, it's not going to do it. If I buy an account, is the account live or... Oh, yeah, you got to pass... just typical prop firm stuff. Got to show you can trade, so you got to pass the test. Meaning it's there 1 minute and gone the next. Yeah, I'm still not quite sure what you mean by that. What is there 1 minute and gone the next? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. All right, you're not going to glitch now. I guarantee you, as soon as I move it off the spotlight area, it's going to start glitching again. Maybe stupid. Gonna try to get just stupid because of the glitchiness. Gonna try to get long at the green line. Stop is at the red line. Very tight. Very tight risk here. Money is available to use, and then it just disappears where I can't trade. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's my answer. I have not. I do not know what that is. I've not experienced that. Assuming I even understand what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you mean by you can't trade. If you can't trade, that seems like more like a Tradeovate issue. Did you blow up your account or something? I don't know. Nice job, Trader Revolution. Yeah, I don't know. That must be a trade. Maybe it's a Tradeovate issue because Tradeovate's kind of glitchy today. So have you had any losing trades, Melissa? Since you've started your trading your account, have you had any losing trades? Good. Good. I missed that breakout, but as I was explaining earlier, I bought a pullback on it, so it turned out fine. How'd you do? Yeah, I have no idea, Melissa. I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know what your actual problem is. So you'll just have to, I guess, reach out to either Tradeovate or Take Profit Trader and explain, because I don't know. I can offer no insight here because, like I said, honestly, I'm not even quite sure what you're saying the issue is. All right. Well, I tried on that movement. If anything, now. No, that's a little too scary still on the 2 minute, because on the 5 minute, I'm not looking to short right at the 200 period moving average. No thanks. So I'm not going to. I don't want to get suckered in by that trend line there. But we are getting a bit of like a little wedge here if we use the 21 EMA, which up here, that green line was a resistance right here. So if we extend that out and then we extend out this right here, you know, bit of a wedge. So we'll see if the price does want to come down through there. Yeah, gonna be because I don't feel comfortable either now buying at the pink line, because yeah, now you're essentially buying a breakdown of this wedge and buying a breakdown of the wedge. So yeah, right now I am at a SOH moment right now. SOH. Sit on hands. Oftentimes the best trade you can make is the SOH order. Where did that? Hey, Thalia, where did you go? I'm scared for Thalia. I don't like when people say, is he sharing trades, signals? That almost makes me think that they think trading is easy as just showing up and blindly following somebody. I was hoping to correct their ways, but apparently they got scared off. That is a scary thing. I really wish I could say trading was that easy. Like you just put some money in an account or buy a prop firm account, and then you just go find somebody on a live stream and you just copy trade them. I really wish it was that easy. How amazing would that be? That looks so... I can't take it, though. Cannot take it, because again, on the 5 minute, I'm not going to short right into the 200 period moving average. Could it come down here and just plunge through there? Absolutely. But I don't like those. I don't like that as an edge. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're right. Where is it? What in the world? Yeah, you are right, my friend. What about is... Oh, that one's there. Huh. What about the one from this past Monday? Oh, that's there too. You are right. I don't know. You are right. Well, I apologize. I don't know what happened on that one. Maybe I misclicked something. Yeah, I'll basically what I'm getting at for that is you already use charts, so you're 97% of the way there, so you already know how to trade futures. The final 3% is just learning about how the numbers work. So I mean, I can teach you the final 3% right now. It's not like it's hard. So stick around, and I'll tell you. I don't want to do it right now because I'm curious what happens with this action right here. But yeah, the numbers and how to, like I said, if you already use charts, which you do, you are 97% of the way there to understanding futures. You just have 3% more to go, and the 3% more is very straightforward. Okay, this is putzing around. So I'll give you the lesson right now backstage. So here's the quiz. If you can understand this math, you officially will understand how to trade futures. So from this distance to this distance right here, 22,410 to 22,420, that is a difference of 10. 10 what? Well, 10 points, because things are measured in points in futures. The key question, you got to remember, how much is 1 point worth? That's what you always have to remember to ask. How much is 1 point worth? And we'll just go with NQ. So on the NQ, 1 point equals $20. So let's say that a trader bought right there and then sold right there. And then they go and say, hey, and this is all per contract. So they say, hey, I had one contract of NQ and I just made 10 points on it. How much money did that person make? If they made 10 points and 1 point is worth $20, how much did they make? I'll open that up to anybody that is maybe intimidated by futures, just to prove to you how not hard futures are. So mainly to Backstage Buzz, but to anybody else that's maybe intimidated by futures, you're also invited to answer this question. So I can prove to you right now how futures are not difficult to understand, assuming that you already use charts. Very good. $200, exactly. Because if it was 10 points and 1 point is worth $20, exactly. That's all per contract. So we are now 99% of the way there to understanding how to trade futures. Let's say this. Let's say the person says, hey, I had 3 NQ contracts and I just made 10 points. How much did that person make? They had 3 contracts. Like I said, the math we just did was per contract because this person only had 1. But this person now all of a sudden had 3 contracts. How much money did they make? Again, man, I had 3 NQ contracts and I just made 10 points. How much did that person make? I'll let other people reply just because I know there's some other people. And then where's Adam at? Exactly. So this is the power of charts. You all heard me say why I did not trust taking that. And wouldn't you know it, I did not. This is why you have to use multiple time frame analysis. I explained the reasoning, why I wouldn't take it, because of that pink line right there, and look right where it basically bounced off of right there. So that's why you've got to use multiple time frame analysis, because one time frame, the 2 minute, can look oh so juicy. Oh, that looked oh so juicy. Until you compare it on the 5 minute, and you're like, oh, wait a second. There's a 200 period moving average sitting right there. So hopefully you see right there the power of multiple time frame analysis. Yes, good. So the answer to that was $600. There you go. You now know how to trade futures. You already use charts, and you now understand how they add up with points. Again, with futures, the key question is how much is 1 point worth? And as soon as you have that answer, you can run your calculations. In fact, I would argue it's easier than anything else because it's so straightforward. Like, for example, let's just do this real quick. Somebody tells you that they have 1 NQ contract and they're risking 5 points. So how much money are they risking? If somebody tells you again, I have 1 NQ and I'm risking 5 points, how many dollars and cents is that? CFDs are not better. CFDs are an absolute joke. Absolute joke. Oh, and typical, it's Gallenho saying that. I'm talking about a credibility killer. Holy smokes. CFDs, goodness. Again, I'm still waiting to hear from Backstage Buzz. Again, Oh, he even gave me the math. There you go. You literally now understand futures. And the nice thing about the prop firm is, well, how much do they cost to buy? Stuff like that. It doesn't matter. The prop firm makes it very straightforward because it straight up tells you, if you go with 50K in purchasing power, you can buy up to every trade you make. You can get up to 6 of the very volatile contracts, or you can get up to 60 of the less volatile contracts. There you go. So you don't have to worry about margin requirements or, all this sort of stuff. None of that. Well, how much is one? It doesn't matter. It's telling you. For $119, it gets you 50K in purchasing power. That 50K in purchasing power will get you up to 6 per every trade. So per trade, you could go up to 6 of the very volatile contracts or 60 of the less volatile. And that's it. It's very straightforward. So there you go. That's what I mean by the false lens of futures trading. People think that they got to go learn about futures, learn how to trade futures. No, if you were to use charts, you're going to be using charts for futures. But the one difference is just the points and how that works. But as you all just flawlessly pass the test, you understand how the point system works. Now, I am potentially more interested in taking the trendline break up here because on the 5-minute, it still has a long way to drop before it would even ever test the 200 period again. So I could still give plenty of wiggle room right there to potentially take that. So I'm potentially interested in the trendline break now. Eric Martin. I got set up on my prop firm account this morning using referral. Awesome. Followed my own charts and up a bit today. Okay, Eric, fantastic. Thank you for using code Clay. Yes, learn to love that button, Eric. My question, Eric, is what did you use to day trade before you just tried, or is this your first time day trading futures, Eric? Again, right off that trend line. Once again. There you go, Backstage Buzz. And I'm telling you, Backstage Buzz, you will absolutely love trading futures. First time day trading, but spent years swing trading. Okay, all right. So you don't really have a baseline to judge swing trading options, for example, day trading options, for example, day trading futures. But good, welcome to the world of day trading. I don't know. Do I take the buy here? That could also be a buy. I'm gonna give that a try. Oh, so okay. Yeah, day trading options is one of the worst things you can do. Mathematically speaking, very inefficient. Very inefficient. Talk about the math working against you. And again, this comes from somebody that is a former day trader of options. All right, I have it. Again, that green line is for me getting long. I'll move this down a little bit more, trying to anticipate a break. So I'm not waiting for confirmation. So this is risky in the sense of not waiting for any kind of confirmation, but we'll see if I can try to anticipate a breakout here.
Stop filled.
Okay, I have 1. It gave me a partial fill of 1. I wanted 5, I got 1. We'll see if it wants to come back up. Now, if this dumps, that'll actually be kind of nice because at least it only filled me 1 out of my 5. So that'll actually be kind of polite. And let's see if I can get my remaining position filled. All right, I'm out of that one. Small loss, I don't know, like $10 or something. Thanks, Clay. Hit my profit target for the day and my sim account heading out. Awesome. Good job, Eric. Well done, sir. Well done. Congrats. I don't know. Maybe I'll give it another try. Because this one, once again, bounces up. That's telling me there's seemingly some buyers out here. All these little lower shadows. See if we get some sort of pop back to the upside. Ooh, what was that? Well, filled me, popped up, and then snapped right back down. We'll see if we can get some momentum here. The blinking blue line of annoyance. There's my opening profit target. All right, let's see if we can get some more follow through on the break. Man, that blinking blue line is so obnoxious. Oh boy. And I'm about to get stopped out. Mental stop. All right, out. And this, okay. So somebody asked yesterday. Well, I can't remember. Oh. Well, I don't remember the general question, but the general question basically boiled down to the answer to it being usually for literally my entire career, I would be done trading by now. If you have any history with my channel, then good old fake breakout right there. Anyways, you know that I usually would aim to be done within 90 minutes at most. So done by 11 a.m. every morning. And then again, you can go back and watch the first ever live stream. I started by an accident. I was messing around, clicking buttons, and then I was live, and then people showed up. Again, it's pretty funny. The first ever live stream I did. But hey, it caught on. I learned that people enjoy seeing live trades. But just because of, I have other commitments at Market Open, specifically my private community that I need to pay attention to. I'm not going to do a live stream right at the open. So long story short, I found 11 a.m. is kind of a good spot to start, but that turns me into a late morning, afternoon trader, which I've never been good at. So that is why I am trading MNQs, which is the lower volatile and smaller size, because there's another good reason why. I'm not terrible. I don't want to come across like I never make money. Some days I feel like I Superman, but today so far not so good. I've had like one good trade on the live stream thus far. But again, that is why I scaled down. I changed to MNQs because I've never been a good afternoon trader, but I know people still like to hang out, enjoy watching. So I'll be an afternoon trader, but that is why, and that's a good example right there. Such a tight, coiled up move. Got the break. Again, if I would have scalped, I would have been okay. I don't know. That's my problem. That's the best time to trade. What's the best time to trade? Same here. Thanks, Jake. Bart shorting 48.25. Hey, shout out Bart. I appreciate that. Your trade plan, all your numbers mapped out ahead of time. That's good stuff right there. I like it. Well, we are once again venturing back down to that 200 period moving average on the 5-minute. So certainly not interested in shorting anywhere down around here, because the track record as of right now is there seems to be quite a bit of buyers. Green day for me today. Good job, Sniper. Having a rough day. Sorry to hear that, Liverpool. I'm having not a rough day. I'm having a rough live stream though so far. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm not gonna wave the white flag yet. Is Paul still speaking? Does anybody know? That's not true, Ace Trades. Look at the likes. Yes, still talking. Thank you, Tim Tim. Well, that line's pretty juicy right there. Refresh, Ace. Refresh. Like something's wrong with your whatever you're watching this on. Something's wrong with it. Watch this thing just go right up there. Be one of those days. Show me how to use the line. You just go right here, Terry. You click on this, drawing tools, and then you click on line. And then that's it. It's as simple as that. Now is the best time to trade. Cool. I mean, I don't know how you can make a claim like that, given just yesterday you said you're new and don't really know what you're doing. But, hey, if it works for you as now is the best time to trade, cool, Christopher. Amazing. Amazing how 1 minute you're telling everybody you're newer to the markets, which again, no problem. And then 5 minutes later, you're making bold proclamations about just like general truths, such as now is the best time to trade. Amazing. You are the quickest learner I've ever come across, Christopher. 1 minute you're new, 3 minutes later, you got it all figured out. Amazing. Amazing. You're probably not even human. You must be like an AI. Yeah, I'm with you, JJ. Hey, Subtech. Yeah, I guess so. Whoops. Where did that come from? We are now under bot attack again. They were a little late today. Could you try to show something about Elliott waves on this chart? I do not use Elliott waves. I mean, I could, yes, but it would all just be a guess and me making it up as I went. So I'm assuming, Alex, that's not what you're looking for. I must have you mixed up with somebody else, Christopher. I could have sworn yesterday. Weren't you the guy that was like day trading gold options or something? But to be fair, maybe I have you mixed up with somebody else. And then you made a comment about something about new, or I don't know what it was. But maybe I have you mixed up with somebody else. Hey, thanks, Subtac. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Just got my 150K TBT completed. Hey, good job, Frank. Congrats. Now, if you have multiple accounts, make sure you click off of that one so you don't go accidentally trade it and then like unpass. Sure, I follow you for some time. I want to learn some from your knowledge also. Well, cool, Alex. But yeah, I do not use Elliott Wave, so I would be of no help. Thanks. I saw my error in playing. Good. I'm glad you got that figured out, Terry. Very good. try this for a quick scalp? Maybe. Doesn't seem like this afternoon can get any worse. We'll see. That trend line is quite the bugger, huh? People did say Powell is still talking, right? It's got to be close to being done. That's 2 hours now. You got to think he's being close to getting done. I would still be shorting right above that 200 period. I'm getting antsy. I'm getting a little frustrated right now. These trades have been very irritating. So I better just stay away. I can feel the irritation. Anybody else have the irritation voice? Hit the number 3 if you have the irritation voice. Hopefully I'm not alone. Does anybody else have a voice? I've named it the irritation voice. That shows up. And then you just want to start making trades because you're irritated. Okay. Whew. Dan, Ryan, Ace. At least there's Brad, Sean, Travis, Jake. All right. Jeffrey Scott, short time. Well then, what's your plan, Jeffrey? Where are you getting short? What's your stop loss at and where's your target, Jeffrey Scott? Come on, man. That's broad statement. Again, hurry up, Jeffrey. We need to know your entry point, your stop, and your target. Give us those 3 numbers ASAP. Quickly, Jeffrey. Okay, we got hit with a broad statement. Short time. Fair enough. It's time to short, according to your broad statement. But let's take that break of trend short. No, Jeffrey, we need 3. We need 3 numbers. Nobody knows how you define the break of the trend. We need your entry point as a number, your stop loss as a number, and your target as a number. And we need all 3 of those before it happens. But right now, too much broad statement trading. Short time, break of trend short. Broad statements. Got to get a little more specific than that, brother. I'm short 22,453. All right, Brad, where's your stop at? I would ask for yours, crackhead, but given you're a crackhead, I guarantee you don't have a credit card. I would never ask a crackhead. Brad, 454. All right. And as a reminder, that's great when people show up and say, I've been short, hey, since that point. Okay, we'll believe you. All I'm saying is around here, the max credibility is when you can show up ahead of time and give us your entry point, your stop, and your target before the price gets to those levels. And even if you're wrong, even if it turns out to be a losing trade, nothing but respect, because no trader is going to be right all the time. You're not a crackhead, Shawnee. You're probably like an upstanding citizen. Yeah, that's why I do it yesterday. I wonder if Sean will be back. We'll see. Hey, good morning, SM. Same to you, Christopher. A lot of hindsight, armchair quarterback trading from you. I have not yet seen a single trade plan mapped out ahead of time. So come on, Christopher. The irony is that sensitive people will get offended by your brash way of communicating, but you're not. If they flip their perspective, you're trying to help them think, at least encourage. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to help people hold themselves accountable. Crack makes you see the future. Up 20 points on the ES 4 times. So, yeah, okay. Again, crackhead. That's all hindsight trading. Maybe. We don't know that if that's actually true because he never showed up and mapped anything out. I mean, I can play that game too. I'm up 40 points on 30 accounts on the ES. See, I mean, I can type and say stuff too, right? And when your name is Crackhead, for all we know, you're hallucinating right now from the crack. Okay, everybody look at UYC trading. Right there, right there. That's what we're searching for. This is a thing of beauty. This is a thing of courage. Right here. Yeah, unlike Christopher. That's short NASDAQ. Again, Christopher, this is what an actual legit looks like. Trying to get long. Look at these 3 numbers that were given, everybody. He's given us the entry point, 22,434. He's given us a stop loss, and he's given us a target. UYC trading, even if you're wrong, nothing but respect. Nothing but respect. That's how you do it. And then look at Christopher, short NASDAQ. Like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, that's armchair broad statement trading. There you go, Arthur. I like that. I was going to say Arthur, but there is no H in there. Arthur. Finally did break that trend line, huh? I only laugh, Brad, because I've been there too. Both ways. Both ways. Some I've had losing. So there's a YouTube video of me. So this is how bad it's been for me, Brad. I don't know. I want to, because it's probably worth watching at some point. I don't remember the name of it though. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyways, so this get this, Brad. So Brad was on the wrong. He was on the wrong contract. I've been there, but I've been on the wrong total account. I've been on a test account where I get a little bit more aggressive, so I can just get it passed and then get the pro account. So I was on a pro account, but I thought I was on a test account. I got aggressive, and then I thought something was broken because I was trying to build a little bit more size, and it wasn't letting me. And I'm like, oh, there's a glitch. It's not letting me build more size. What is going on? And then it dawned on me. I'm like, oh no. And I glanced up, and it was the take profit. And then at the end, those of you that have pro accounts, you know what I mean? Pro. And I'm like, no, oh no. And yeah, I lost the pro account. It got roasted. And again, there's a YouTube video of that. I was one of my live trade videos. That was not an easy one to post because wow, did that make me feel stupid, and wow, was that very sad. So yeah, Brad, I laugh just because I've been there before. I've done some stupid things. I'm not sure it gets any dumber than thinking you're on a test account, but you're actually on a pro account, and then you roast your pro account. Ugh. How much? I don't. I just lost the account. I think it was I don't. You can see the video. I don't remember what it was. I think it was a 25K account. I don't know. Let's see. It's been a while ago, so it's gonna be. Let's see. I think this one right here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, this was it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So it was a 25K because I'm looking down here. You can't see it, but down here was a $1,500 loss, which would roast your 25K. So yeah, that was the trade where I thought I was on my test account. I was actually on a pro account and then roasted it. Move my stock. Good job, UIC Trading. Respect. One of my first weeks trading, I went long, bottom of trend, and ticked my stop full 6 size. Would have been a $60,000 trade as my exit was 60,000. Okay, so Brad, you're just YOLO. You're just YOLOing at that point. Goodness. But yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, Sean. I want to be very clear. You can do this, or I'm just going to ban you, because you're a distraction in the chart. We need 3 numbers from you ahead of time. We need the entry point, the stop loss, and the target. And if you're not going to do that, then nobody feels like having you sit here armchair quarterback, hindsight trade everything. It's just obnoxious. So I'll give you. So we need those 3 numbers ahead of time. We all know you won't do it because you're not capable of doing it. But I do want to be fair, give you one last chance. So sweep 1045 and short again. Whatever that means, please tell us. Give us your entry point, your target, and your stop loss before the price gets to those areas. If you can do that, Sean, great. Even if you're wrong, no problem. Everybody's wrong from time to time. But if you're not going to do that, then I'm just going to have to go ahead and ban you. Because I don't have it. A lot of other people do not have it to have you sit here and troll around the entire live stream with your armchair quarterbacking. So if you have enough courage to step up to the plate, give us those 3 numbers ahead of time, then nothing but respect. If not, you've been asked about 30 times now. So that'd be kind of the nail in the coffin that you are indeed a troll. Everyone is wrong except Kit. Almost. Kit did have a losing trade. She's had 1 so far, but yeah, she is like, I don't know, she's like 7 for 8 or something. I'm going short on I'm going short on Sean. Yeah, that's basically a guaranteed trade. Going short on Sean being able to give numbers. Agreed. I'll join you on that short. I will. In fact, I'll go all in on that. Clay, do you have favorite setup where you risk more than average? Yeah. Something. Yeah. Yep. We've had a couple play out very nicely, and those ones, yeah, you'll have good big green. But other times I've gotten very aggressive. I take on more risk, and it has not turned out. Well, it just turns out pain. Okay, Christopher, you're missing 2 other numbers. Okay, Christopher wants to see the price come up to this line right here to get short. And then where's your stop at and where's your target at, Christopher? So we're making progress. We got 1 of the 3 numbers. Where's your stop at? And then where are you looking for it to head? We're making progress with Christopher, though. We're making progress. 1 of 3 numbers. We're batting 333 here. Sean has confirmed he's not going to tell us anything, so next time I see his name... Down? No. What? Where's your stop loss at, Christopher? We need that as a number. You gave us your entry point. You're waiting for the price to bounce up here at 22,448. Fair enough. So you want to see it. You're looking for it to come back up. But where is your stop loss going to be? Okay, no problem. We still need your stop loss value, though. Still need the stop loss value. All right, it's approaching Christopher's entry point. Sean, nah, I'm sure he's still here. Again, I want to be fair. I want to be and say that I gave him plenty of opportunity to actually back up what he's saying, but like I said, I have a sneaky suspicion his next comment will not include any sort of trade plan. It'll be more of hindsight, armchair quarterbacking. Hoping to get back to yesterday's close. We'll see. Ooh. Close for Christopher. Close. All right, let's see. That's an interesting short to me. Either breakdown or I can put my stop above here. All right, I'm in. Let's try to anticipate the break here. Try to get at least 1 off right there. So yeah, I hopped in a little soon, trying to anticipate the break of the trend line. We'll see what happens. I'd probably do the opposite of me, just because it's not been a good live stream so far. It'd be a good live stream so far if you do the opposite of what I'm doing. That green line here is my first profit target. All right, there we go. That's good. Try to get another one off down there. Hey, there we go. And let's just let the last 3 work for me. So I'm going to put this in. So this will be a winning trade. Come on, just keep flushing. Do not bounce.
Stop filled.
Yeah. Should have had my, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I'm still getting to it. That's all right, Chris. You missed your entry point. Good try. Good try. You didn't get it filled, though. No, I see the blue blinking line. It is extremely annoying. That is true. There is opportunity in the ugly. That is true. Took the sniper shot on the break. Yeah. No, not time for the purple monkey. But see, that's why I like that's this, and I'm not trying to pick on Christopher, but I'm trying to illustrate a lesson for any beginners out there. As a beginner, it's very easy to throw out a broad statement. So Christopher, for example, is like short NASDAQ. Okay, well, if you as a beginner or really anybody said short NASDAQ and you're looking at this, you could conclude, I was right, I made money, look at it go down. But that's doing yourself a disservice because trading is not about broad statements. Trading involves finer details. One of these details being, well, where's your entry point going to be? And like Chris told us, he wanted the price to come up a little bit higher. So yes, he was right from the broad statement. Short NASDAQ, it did go down. But per his entry point, he never got filled. And that's just what happens sometimes. But that's how you hold yourself accountable as a trader, is when you map out those numbers, you have a very realistic set of, would you actually have made money? Would you have missed the trade? I've had some where you get filled, you get stopped out, it's a losing trade, and then it goes in your favor. So I sit there and say, well, yeah, I was right from a broad statement standpoint, but man, I'm sitting here with a loss. So do not broad statement, do not armchair quarterback as anybody, right? Do not make broad statements. You are literally doing yourself a disservice as a trader. You're going to be building false hope. You're going to be thinking you're a way better trader than you actually are. And we have a great example of that. Christopher, nothing but respect. He gave us his entry point ahead of time. We noticed that it never hit his entry point, and then it plunged. Now, if Christopher had just said, hey, short NASDAQ, he could have said, oh, see, I would have made money. I was right. Well, no, not in the real world because your entry point was wrong. So, like I said, if you want to learn most efficiently, avoid the broad statements. And you avoid broad statements by mapping out the 3 numbers ahead of time. Your entry, your stop loss, and your target. You will do yourself a great service. Uh-oh. Did the buyers just play a little game on the sellers? Look at this. Sellers broke. Sellers were feeling great. Sellers are king of the worlds. And then the buyers were like, surprise! Ba-boom! Up the buyers went. It was almost like an ambush. Like a bullish ambush. They gave the bears a false sense of confidence as it came down. And then the bulls just ambushed them. Poof! Back up it went. That's why I like charts. They're just a story. And you can kind of say anything you want about that story. A bullish ambush. Gave the bears a bunch of false hope, let them think that they were in charge, and then boom, just like that. Buyers are back from lunch. Maybe. That's not going to last. Okay, well, what's the new trade plan, Christopher? Again, broad statement trade. That's not going to last. So how are you going to make money from that statement? I assume you're looking now to get short again if you don't think this is going to last. So where are you going to get short at? Where's your stop loss and where's your target? But that's not going to last is a broad statement. That's the epitome of what I just talked about. Because what Christopher is at risk of, or anybody to say that's not going to last, is if the price comes down, then they can say, see, I was right. I would have made money. It's not going to last. It didn't last. Therefore, I made money. No. You gotta, where are you looking to get out? Get in at. Where's your stop loss? Do you ever enter a trade with a market order? Sometimes. Not a whole lot. Like I said, long now you have, all right, you are now, I will be banning you, Sean, because I asked for those 3 numbers. You have once again failed to deliver. All you have delivered is more armchair quarterback, hindsight trading nonsense. It's amazing that people from this certain camp, they literally can't do it. They cannot map out any trade plan ahead of time. So, all right, you're going to leave anyways? Good. See you later, Sean. It's like you want to just think it's a joke. Like the stereotypical trader from this camp, from this cult of traders, like can never map out a trade plan, but yet time after time after time. No, you haven't. Sean, we need an entry point, a target, and a stop loss. We need those 3 numbers. Why can you not give us those 3 numbers? You just make broad statements. That's what we're after. See, this camp, this cult thinks that a trade plan is to make broad statements. It's amazing how this camp literally can't do it. They just use really cool sounding terminology that makes them sound smart, but they're like, okay, well, how are you going to turn this cool sounding lingo into an actual trade plan? Like, where's your entry going to be? Where's your stop loss going to be? Where's your target? And then they can't do it. They cannot convert cool sounding lingo into a trade plan. They just can't do it. This might be a short here. Short, stop up. Yeah. Such minimal risk. Why not? Why not? Let's see. See if it wants to get rejected back down. Okay, first target right there. Or do I try to take the scalpy scalp? No, let's let this thing work here. A little bit more for my first target. Come on. There we go. First target hit. Could still be a losing trade because I'm leaving my stop loss right where it's at. So could still be a losing trade. It'll be smaller, yes, but I'm not out of the woods yet because I want to see if this thing wants to actually come back down. But yes, at least I locked in first profit target. I've reduced risk via my position size, but again, if I'm stopped out up here, it will still be an overall losing trade. David Stewart, I'm short. Shout out, David. I appreciate it. All those numbers ahead of time. Good stuff. Looks like you're trading the ES. Already order block. Respect to take the entry stop loss above the order. Okay. All right. I don't know what any of that is, Queen Bee Roblox, but do your thing. Do your thing. Again, this green line here is my second profit target. I'm leaving my stop loss up where it's at. So as I mentioned, I'm not out of the woods. Still could be a losing trade. It is nice though whenever you get at least one of your profit targets hit. What platform am I using? I am with a prop firm. I'm with Take Profit Trader as my prop firm. And then through the prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. TOS, that means you're trading your own money. There are better ways to go about it than using your own money. I hope you're not trading futures with your own money. That is insanity. Nice 780 profit. Is that from? Yes, that's from this morning. No, Manilow. I told you this yesterday. You got to join the community if you want info on that sort of stuff. I map out those trades to the private community, Manilow. Come on down. So close. Hit my next target. Oh, you little tease. Clay, can you get... Clay, you will get the target... You think so? Oh, I did get it. Hey, thanks. Go for my next one down there with 3, and I am going to move up my stop loss into green territory now. So this will be a green trade now no matter what. My only question is how big of a green trade will it be, because I don't know how far down it's going to go. And that's what I call the sweet spot of trading, where my only stress... Come on. You got to be kidding me. Are you really going to snap all the way back up there and now take me out? Don't do that. Don't be a jerk. Just give me one where I actually get good movement. Isn't it amazing how even winning trades can cause you to just get irritated and frustrated? No wonder why trading, at least for me. This feels like a losing trade right now. It's not, but it feels like one. Come back down. Again, it's still a green trade because I'm in front of my stop loss, but it's just irritating. What am I doing? What am I doing? What's... Have I had... No, I don't eat lunch. Lunch is for weaklings. I don't eat breakfast or lunch. I guarantee you, Manilow, you're not hungry at lunch. Just because your brain tells you you're hungry, you're not hungry. If you are an American, 99% of you are not actually hungry when your body tells you you're hungry. I assure you. I assure you, you got plenty of stored energy on your body. Question, what's the volume like in futures? I mean, like, are there... Oh, yeah, plenty of volume. Plenty of volume, Backstage Buzz. In fact, that's probably one of the best things. Very, very liquid environment. Well, let me take a step back. That's why I recommend MNQ to get started, MES, because those are futures based on the indices. A lot of volume. A lot of volume. Now, if you go and trade, orange juice futures, to be fair to orange juice futures, maybe they have a ton of volume. I'm not aware of that being the case. But yes, if you choose the high volume futures contracts, such as the MNQ, the NQ, the ES, the MES, you'll be just fine. Sell at the 21 EMA. Is that what you're doing, Matt? Are you selling at the 21 EMA? I'm offended. You just called me fat. Well, are you fat? If you're fat and somebody tells you you're fat, that's the kindest thing they could do to you. Would you like them to lie about a health problem? If you had cancer, would you like the doctor to be like, no, you don't have cancer? I'll only speak for myself, but I'd like the truth about my health status. If something is wrong with me, medically speaking, I would like to be told that. I think that is the compassionate, I think that is the moral thing to do. Just my opinion, though. Yeah, I love intermittent fasting, Dante. Absolutely. It's done wonders for me, really helped out. What if you hit the gym in the morning? That makes me hungry before noon. Like I said, you're not actually hungry. Everybody, I mean, like anything, backstage budgets, yeah, the bigger, like the institutions, all that, they're going to be the ones ultimately move it. But like, there's plenty of liquidity. This is not a pivot point. It is still in the downtrend. Hey, Sly Lou, how about you go short? How about you map out a trade plan, Sly Lou? I went short, and then it came up and stopped me out. How about you go short for once? Like here's what I'm learning about live streaming myself. Like if you gave me your trade plan and that was a short, and then you said, "Hey Clay, go short. Here's my trade plan." I have zero problem with that because I'm like, all right, let me see if I agree with your trade. In fact, I've done at least a couple of trades with Labradabber. Labradabber, mod here. He's always mapping out his trades, and I've actually taken a couple of his trades because he's like, "Hey, here's my plan." And I look at it, I'm like, "Okay, that's actually I like that." But like to just say go short, it's like no. Give me your trade plan and then you go short. You're not actually, yeah, you're not hungry. Are you telling me that when a 300-pound person, when they come up and say, man, I am feeling hungry, I got to get to lunch, do you think that person's actually hungry? Is that your claim, Manolo? Again, 300-pound person walks up to you, says, man, I'm hungry, let's go get lunch. Are they actually hungry? Actually being the key word. Or is their mind just telling them that they're hungry? Are you telling me that that person literally is about to starve? Like they're legitimately hungry? Yeah, I'm going to start to call you Barry. What do you think, Barry? Is that what you're telling me? It's getting silly good. That's what I'm going for. We got Barry Manilow over here. Good. I'm glad I accomplished the mission accomplished, G. Brooks. I don't want things getting boring around here. Oh, decisions. I think we got ourselves one of my favorite pat. We do. Let me get it drawn in place. We got ourselves a falling. I think. Maybe I just lied. Yeah, we'll use. Yeah. That's still good. We got a falling wedge here. Falling wedge is actually a bullish pattern. I do like the falling wedge. Don't know if I have the courage to take it because if you've been here, today has not been. It's not been a good stream. Sly Lou, you told me nothing. You literally did the epitome of what I spent about 10 minutes trying to make an educational lesson out of about broad statement trading. That's all you've done is broad statements. I would love to hear an actual trade plan from you, though. And I say that in all seriousness. Like, I love when people throw up the trade plans. That's good stuff. Like, look, relax or do, right here. This is what it's all about. And even if relax or do is wrong, no shame at all. Nobody can regret it. But right there, that's what it's about. Notice he's not telling me to go short. He's not saying get short. He's not saying I'm already in short 20 minutes ago. He's giving everything right here. Boom. Those three numbers. That's good stuff right there. I only eat when I need fuel because I am race car that runs on paint chips. Man, how many times are you going to change your name? Ranger? Why don't you just keep your name to Ranger? Are you having issues again with it? Yes, we're under a bot attack. Clay, do you ever front run your trade? Like, I got bored of market not taking overnight low, so it's not. I don't know what you mean by front run. I'm not quite sure what you mean by do I ever front run my trade. Trader, hey, Trader Cat, good to see you. People are afraid to be wrong in public, scared what people think. I guess, yeah. Well, there's the breakout of the falling wedge. There is the breakout. I like it. Noki, right there. All three numbers ahead of time. That's how you do it. Yeah, a little scary because you could be wrong. You could get stopped out. But who cares? Being wrong is part of being a trader. If your ego is too big to be able to be wrong, I don't think trading's going to work out very well from you. Yeah, how do you do that, Crazy Heat? From my research, there's nothing that can be done. Are you trying to rip me off for 10 bucks? I've been having an issue today finding a position. Well, it happens. It happens sometimes. The good news is there's always tomorrow. Well, odds are there's tomorrow. I suppose you never know in this day and age. If nukes start flying, maybe there's not tomorrow, but general rule of thumb, there's always tomorrow. Going to crash soon, more than 100 points. Cool. So where are you short at? And what's your stop loss at? Hey, Omar, final warning. You've been very good. I don't know where you've been, but don't come here starting to pump and spam gold, okay? We know you're in the gold cult. We know you're not able to separate from it, but I've already explained that you want to stay in. You're full blown Kool-Aid cult member, which is fine. I've said my piece, but don't come here and try to spread your cult obsession. Short at 22,437. Okay, cool. What's your stop loss at? No stop loss. Too confident. Yes. Some people. So here's what I've discovered. Some people you can convince to day trade futures. They're like, okay, day trading futures sounds good. But because they're in either the cult of like crypto or Bitcoin or gold, they're like, even though there are better markets to trade within the futures market, such as the NQ, the ES, stuff like that, even though there are better ones, I can't leave gold. So I'll do futures, but it's still got to be gold futures. Or I'll do futures, but it's still got to be crypto futures. Yeah, but there's like a more efficient market over here that moves way better. No. I can't abandon gold. So that's what I mean. Some people, even if it's to their detriment, even if it's to working harder, not smarter, they just, because they're in the cult, they refuse to leave it. That's what I mean. Like, I have nothing against gold. If you want to invest in gold, fine, keep investing in gold. But if you're like, man, day trading futures is awesome. Yeah, let me make the switch to day trading futures. But I'm only still going to only trade gold. Yes, I know those markets move smoother. They move more efficiently than gold. But no, I got to stay with gold. That's what I mean by gold cult. Yeah, he's YOLOing, he's trolling, he's all the above. What a nasty rat. This market even doing the falling wedge dirty. To be fair, it's not like it's totally plunged. So I could see people that maybe bought that breakout and they're still surviving this from a stop loss point of view, but certainly nothing smooth about that breakout. But he sees the upside down zebra orbit. Act 13 Studios. I answered you like at the beginning of the live stream, man, when you asked. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea on oil. I don't trade oil. I don't care about oil. I think oil is done going. I think it's chilling out now. It seems as though all the news and macroeconomics from the Iran stuff has deflated. So I think oil is probably, without looking at the chart, I would say it's probably back into some sort of consolidation range. I think the volatility is over. Maybe another way to say it. Did I just call you a rat? No, I called you a drunk on Kool-Aid cult member. I didn't call you a rat. I called this price action a rat, Omar. So I did not call you a rat. I did call you a Kool-Aid cult member, though, of gold. That's what I did call you. I know you did. I know you just closed one. I'm sure you did, Omar. Congrats, Omar. I just closed 10 million. So good try. You got some catching up to do. I just closed 10 million. On this trade right here, I just closed 10 million. Paul's got to be done speaking, right? There's no way Paul is still speaking. Can somebody confirm that Paul is indeed done speaking? Like, surely he's got to be done speaking at this point. He's been done? Thank you, Dante. Sly Lou, I'm still waiting for a trade plan from you, Sly Lou. Well, there's only one purple indicator. There's not purple indicators. There's only one. And yeah, the purple indicator right there is the 50-period simple moving average. Looks like a triple bottom coming up. I don't know. There is no other purple. Oh, pink? That's pink. That's a 200-period simple moving average. Clay, my P&L today was plus 1,100. I lost 600 on my last trade, so I'm now 550. How do you control? Better go for a walk. One way to control it is just to not allow it to take action. There's quite the move down right there. Target price hit. Good job, David. And I know David is not armchair quarterbacking because he gave us the trade plan a long time ago. Good job, David. And everything can be verified. That's good stuff. I'm out cutting grass in the heat. Attaboy, KW. Calisthenics, dude, you're not even close. You said 100 points. We're not even close to 100 points. You are nowhere near your price profit target, Calisthenics. Our resident D-Gen. Yeah, we will see. I'm just saying that. I mean, you got a long ways to go before your D-Gen trade works out. Okay, Sly Lou, I'm not. Are you actually a troll, Sly Lou? I told you that the trend is to the downside. Right. That's what I've been trying to tell people. That would be a broad statement. That doesn't mean anything. So what I'm asking you, Sly Lou, is can you please take the broad statement, the claim, that the trend is to the downside. Now, can you take that broad statement claim and make it practical? Can you build a trade plan out of that claim? Are you able to do that? Can you give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target before the price gets to those levels? Well, you're coming across as a troll because I literally spent like 20 minutes talking about how broad statements you're doing a disservice to yourself. And then you come and tell me, I did tell you a trade plan. I said it was a downtrend. So now you know, maybe you weren't around for that. No problem. So all I'm saying is that doesn't mean anything. That's a broad statement. What would be great and what is helpful to you as a trader to learn to grow is to not make broad statements, but to now, if you have a broad statement idea, fine, but you've got to be able to take that and translate it to an actual practical trade plan. So that's what I'm asking you. What is your entry point? What is your stop loss? And what is your target? I need those three numbers before the price gets to those. But yeah, you telling me, and I quote, that the trend is to the downside, that doesn't mean anything. In a practical sense, it means nothing. Because, for example, you can't go to your broker and platform and enter in a trade is to the downside order. That's not that order type does not exist. The order type that exists is you got to give an actual number. Like, where do you want to get in? Where's your stop loss? Where's your target? So that's why I'm asking for those three numbers. Like this, right here. Sly Lou. This is all I'm asking. This is all I'm searching for. Right there. Look at those three numbers ahead of time. He's trying to get in at 428. His stop loss is at 435. His target is 415. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm looking to take entry at 22,405. And where's your stop loss going to be at, Beast? We got one of the three numbers. Stop loss, no. Okay, Yasir has gone degen on us. Yasir ain't got time for stop losses. Yasir. Okay, 440. All right. Nothing but respect, IDC Beast. He has now given us his entry point and his stop loss ahead of time. Risking 35 points. All right. Wait, what? Oh, looks like he's not going to get filled. I'm looking to take entry at 22,045. Okay. Good try. Good try. You did not get filled before it bounced. So, right idea. You thought it would come down and bounce, and you were right. Broad sense, broad statement, you were correct. IDC Beast, unfortunately, you didn't get the entry point quite right. Always disappointed when that happens. Yeah, hey Calisthenics, assuming he'll be honest. Where's your liquidation point? Where does your prop firm get liquidated at? Clay, how much of a breakout are you looking for from this descending wedge? I was never really seriously considering it. And that's a case by case, pattern by pattern basis. So yeah, I don't really have an answer there, Aaron, just because I was never really seriously considering it, just because today hasn't really been my day. What is a stop loss, hero or zero gang? That's, yeah, exactly. Stop losses are for, who needs a stop? You can't be wrong if you don't have a stop loss. Okay, so Calisthenics is one of these guys. When it's going in his favor, he's going to be typing a lot. If it starts to go against him, it's just going to be like crickets. I'm new here. What are the main setups you target? I don't really set up. I don't have any setups. I like to just use candlesticks. I like trend lines, moving averages. But yeah, am I looking for some sort of like cool sounding setup? No. Mikey, I'd get away from the computer. You've done a good job of identifying that you're kind of on potential tilt. You know, you're on a tilt warning. I know Yasir. Yasir is in degen mode right now. He went long at 412. Target is 453. Getting close. His stop loss just says no. No, I don't think this is the purple dragon. I was looking more at the neon mongoose. Hey, there we go. Ace or Act 13 Studios. Again, this is how it's... Where did Sly Lou go? See, this is the thing. I try to help people out, and then they just disappear. Again, another example, Sly Lou, of what I'm looking for. Right here. Shout out. I love it. Long 430. Okay, so he wants it to pull back a little bit more. So it needs to come back down to there. His stop loss is 410. Okay. Ooh, getting close. Let's see if he can get filled. Come on down a little bit more. Let's get AC 13 Studios. Mikey, that's how tilt works. I won't trade anymore. And then 20 minutes from now, you're going to be in 15 NQs on something. Yeah, if you can just watch the stream and hang out, if this can be a service to help distract you from trading, then I guess that's a good thing. Oh, no. Not like, don't do him like this. No. Don't leave him behind. Yeah, 430 was right here. Don't leave him behind. Oh, no. Not like this. Again, that crosshair is Ace's entry point. I'm calling him Ace. It's AC. Some lizard-looking thing. I don't know, Ace. Do you need to move up your entry point? Are you still confident it's going to drop down to 430? Or you got to make an adjustment here? I don't know. See, when you assign numbers, then you have to start to make very real-life decisions. Not going to chase. Okay. There you go, Ace 13. Okay, fair enough. Took 437. Stop loss, 453. All right. Beast is in, short. Wrong number. I'm confused now. How did you take 467? 467's way up here. I'm all confused. Oh, your stop loss was the wrong number. Okay. So 30 point stop. Got it. So he is in at 437. His stop loss is at 67. I don't like that stop loss one bit. But hey, it is what it is. We were right at, on the 5 minute, we were right at that green line here, which is the trusty 21 EMA. Thinking about maybe a short here, if this is some sort of dead cat bounce. I mean, the trend is very clearly still down. Yeah, you got a little bit of an upwards move here, but is this going to roll right back over? That is the question. That is the question, folks. I'm just very jaded today. If you've been here for the stream and seen my trades, even my winners have felt like losers. It's just been... It's just been one of those mornings. I don't understand these massive stop losses. Yeah, I don't really get them either. I'm not quite sure I understand why you would need... But again, I'm not saying it's wrong, but man, 30 points. Okay, Sly Lou. I'm going to have to now just... Because I didn't think you were a troll, but I'm thinking maybe you may be a troll. I've been really trying to help you out and say, can you give us a trade plan? And yet you keep broad statement, hindsight, quarterbacking stuff. So for your next comment, please give us an actual... Hey, Sean, he did it. He did it. Sean, my boy. Did we just become best friends, Sean? Yup. Sean Snyder with all three numbers. Nothing but respect. I love it. Wait. Oh, wait, no, okay, we're still good. He's looking for a pullback. He wants 427, I think. Yeah, all right. Sean wants it to pull back here. So he's looking for a pullback. He does not think this is going to break out. He thinks it's going to pull back some. Okay, Sean. That's great. Good job. Good stuff. I don't know if you'll get the pullback, but hey. Are you going to give us a trade plan, Sly Lou, or are you going to continue to armchair, broad statement, make comments? Are you capable to give three numbers ahead of time or no, Sly Lou? You are definitely capable of making broad statements, but that's not real trading. That's not going to improve your skills as a trader. What's going to improve your skills is if you hold yourself accountable. And the best way to hold yourself accountable is to give a trade plan. And the best way to give a trade plan is with actual numbers. I want the best for you, Sly Lou, but you're doing yourself a disservice with all this armchair quarterbacking broad statement comments. So just give us those 3 numbers. Even Sean did it. So we know that you, Sean, we're best. Sean's my best friend now. I'm glad I didn't ban him. We're best friends. He did it. He did it. Oh, yeah, he might. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Sly Lou is Verace. Just another screen name. You might be onto something there, Kyle. Well, right now, not looking like Sean is going to get filled because there is no pullback. But, hey, it happens. I've been there. I'm an armchair quarterback pro, though. Yeah. Armchair traders are worth, like my hindsight trading account has got to be worth at least $1 billion. All right, Sean, you next time for your next trade, just give us all 3 of those numbers, but ahead of time. But we have made massive progress, Sean. We have made massive progress. Next time, though, what you did up there with those 3 numbers, give us those 3 numbers, but before the price gets to those. But Sean, our friendship has taken a great leap today. You have now proven you can do it, but right, it was still a little bit in hindsight. But we are making progress for sure. So good job on this trade, but your next one, like I said, just give us those 3 numbers ahead of time. And then that'll just be, like my face, beautiful. Ooh, 5 minute looking a little bit spicy. Ooh, that candle. Getting a bit spicy. Five minute is whispering, the Bears are back. The Bears are back. That's what it's whispering, but it might be lying to me. With today, as things have been going, that could be a lie. Well, that'd be amazing if there was pretzel futures. Yeah, I just can't. I can't get short right there. That's too big a risk profile right now. Not to mention, I don't want to short right at the 21 EMA. Well, we had somebody want to get filled at 30. What was that? AC 13? Maybe he's going to finally get his fill. Oh, sorry, Clay. That was me whispering about your car warranty. Market reached all-time highs, so good time for bears to be squeezing buyers. We'll see, Curtis. All right, entry has been moved to 428. Get rid of these lines. I don't really see any purpose in keeping those on anymore. Red dye 40 futures. Yeah, I'd get short the food dyes. Family clay trader. We're already short the food dyes. No more food dyes for us. All right. We got a couple people that gave the trade plans ahead of time. Enter at 21,441. Looking to go down to, okay, no tar. You left out a very important number in your trade plan. What is your stop at? That's great you gave us an entry point. That's great you gave us a target, but I'm a little scared when people leave out their stop loss. Where's your stop loss at? What is better, Weeble? Take profit trader is better because Weeble means you have all of your money at risk. If you have a bad day, if you get stuck in a Trump tweet, if you go on tilt, and you're with Weeble, your entire account is gone. With take profit trader, the only amount that you lose is the cost of the account. So Weeble, take profit trader is definitely better for futures. Now, Take Profit Trader is a prop firm. Webull is just a broker. But again, if you were to use Webull, that means all of your money is on the line. And in futures, because of how fast they move, all of your money could be gone very, very quickly. All right, we got the hammer here. Let's see if it wants to try to push back up. Stop. There we go. Now Nortar's got to stop in also. Very good. I'm going to try a buy right there. See if we can get this thing to push up through here. I like the hammer. No. That's bad. That's really stupid. Not only am I buying into the purple line, I am buying into the pink line here on the 5 minute. It may push through, but it could just as equally as, in my opinion, get rejected right off of it. See, that's what the irritation voice does. I'm irritated. And I almost entered into what would be, again, it could work out, but is that an entry where I actually have an edge? No. And as you see right now playing out, it got rejected right from even the fact that I thought about doing that. It just shows how the irritation voice can cause you to do really dumb things. That was wild. Like, that was such a bad entry point. Once again, there's no guarantees. There's no holy grail. So I could have bought and it could have went up through there. I mean, resistances can be broken, but to like do that like over and over and over again, that's not going to be any sort of consistent strategy. Again, why? Well, because why would I be getting long right at the purple line and then on the 5 minute? So this is the 2 minute over here, and then on the 5 minute, I'm getting right long at the 200 period. That's crazy. And I was about to do it because I'm irritated from those earlier trades. Yeah, irritation leads, a form of revenge trading for sure. Wild stuff. The human mind. Oh, let me cook. Ooh, oh boy. $40. Oh boy. I got to sit this one out. I got all sorts of voices right now. I know I sound crazy, but if you've been here for a good chunk of the live stream, you'd understand. You'd understand how even my winning trades today have been very just frustrating. I am in at 430. All right. I don't remember where your stop was at. I think 410, I think was your stop if I remember right. But I can't say. Okay, Sean is adding. All right. 419.50 final add. And then where's your stop loss at, Sean? I have learned something today. Now, I think I give people plenty of time before I ban them. And it could be argued that maybe I gave Sean more time than I should have. But now me and Sean are best friends. So maybe in the future I need to not be as... Not that I'm ever quick with the ban hammer, but maybe I need to be extra patient. Results may vary. Stop move to 410. Okay, all right. So basically the low is the stop. Logic over emotion. Agreed. Easier said than done, though. I'm so tempted. To just get short here. Like I said, I'm a mess right now, folks. I'm a mess. You are here to convert, not stay in an echo chamber. Good idea, Clan, holding off. That's right. I write it. That's true. I am here. I am here to convert people to Pam's plant. All right. Sean is adding more. I think his final ad was 419. Yeah. But I think maybe that's what he moved up. But yeah, Sean, even if he's wrong here, he has totally mapped things out all ahead of time. So you got to give respect where respect is due. Yes, sir. What? So, yes, sir. Why did you not use a stop loss? Where did that come from? I've always accused yes, sir, with like being a very responsible trader. And then all of a sudden today, you give me a trade plan with no stop loss. Like, what's up with that? Did you patent Pam's plan? I did not. No. I don't really think it's that good to be need to be patented. All right, Sean is built his full size. His stop loss is at 410, so we'll see how it goes. That's right. I'm knocking on people's internet doors. I'm knocking on people's the YouTube algorithm. Starting to look like higher highs and higher lows on the 1 minute. So what's your trade plan, Curtis? Yeah, ace. You did, yeah. Ace so far. So ace is back in the green. Okay. You survived. Ace survived the pullback because his stop loss was at 410. Oh, him and Sean got the same stop loss, 410. So they're both still in. But good, I like it. We got people giving trade plans. We got people stepping up, being courageous. That's good stuff there. His target is 420. Oh, what? 524. Okay. All right. All right, Sean. Sean's he wants out up there. Okay. We'll see what happens, brother. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. But he wants to see some movement. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. I'm right now wondering about a short because I could have stopped right here above the purple line. Kind of have this miniature double top. I am in. So a very basic premise. Tight risk. Let's see if this thing wants to come down. Put a couple profit targets out right there. Sam, target. Sam Oliver, I don't remember seeing anything from you in regards to any other parts of your trade plan. Come on, give us another push to the downside here. A little bit more. I don't know. Should I just scalp this thing? I'm so jaded right now. Like, surely this thing's not going to actually roll over. Might be tempted to short. Okay. Well, I am about to be stopped out here. Should have scalped. Doggone it. Piece of garbage. Okay, again, that's not an account. That's not an account. This is all the same account. This is my NQ positions. This is my MNQ positions. But no, that's Jeff, that's actually really bad. You never want to trade your P&L. Trade the chart. That's how you tend to leave a whole lot of money on the table. Let me just get back to, okay, I'm green, hop out, and then you just leave like a ton on the table. Obviously, that's not been my problem today, but yeah, that's not a good habit to Trading your P&L, not a good habit. Trade the chart. Trade your trade plan, not your P&L. Yeah, Frank, it is pretty crazy the way a chart can respect trend lines. It's pretty wild. Hey, simple setup. Are you doing prop firms now? Did you get set up? I remember you from yesterday. Yeah, I just want to say the ad breaks are magically back and working for me now. Okay. Yeah, that was weird how they were going black or whatever you said. That was, I'm not quite sure. Looking at the 5-minute here. I could see a stop being right up here. You know, again, on the 5-minute, is this some sort of double top? And my mouse. I really got to get a new mouse. No. Overall, kind of bear pennant. If you still believe in the overall bear pennant, and if this thing rolls down, even if it never breaks a lower trend line, I don't know. I should be getting short here. But I got the recency effect eating my lunch right now. Recency effect has me so bitter, like it's not gonna work out. It'll never roll over. So I'm in victim mentality mode right now. Woe is me. I'm in the middle of a pity party right now. So I'm not gonna take it because I never get rollovers. This market doesn't give me anything that I actually want. So pity party for me right now. Recency effect. It's my party and I can cry if I want to, and that's what I'm doing. I am totally in a pity party right now. I hope nobody followed you, Arter. I hope everybody thought for themselves. $13 going. Okay, if that's a quote from 13 going on 30, I did not mean to quote that movie. Like I said, I do not think you're crazy at all if you're taking the top part of that bear pennant. I can see the logic behind it. I can see a nice tight little risk profile. But I'm not going to do it because I'm having a pity party. The market's out to get me today. FYI, I don't actually believe that. That is a huge pet peeve of mine. The market is not out to get anybody. In fact, yesterday, I don't know if Sniper's here. I don't know who went. I think, oh yeah, I went long, and then at the same time, Sniper basically went short. Which you would think, oh, so somebody's making money, somebody's losing money. Nope, we ended up both making money. But yes, no, the market's not out to get anybody. Multiple people from multiple angles can make money at the same time. The purple donkey failed. Oh, here comes a triple-headed porcupine. That's a good one. It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Oh, Problem Child. I don't know if I ever saw Problem Child. No, I'm thinking of Chucky. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I probably was not allowed to see Problem Child. Because that kid was really... Didn't he have like really bad attitude towards his parents and stuff? I don't think I was ever allowed to see that one. Wasn't there like a Problem Child 2 and stuff too? Against my better judgment, if this wants to come back down here, I'm going to get short. Whoops, let's go with 5. Oh, never mind. And then a stop right here. Very tight stop. This is either a flush, get out, or go. All right, never mind. That risk profile is too big now. All right, looking like maybe... Hey, you know what? That I just proved myself that I don't know what, that I don't know what I'm doing this afternoon. Good thing I didn't take that trade. It would have been another loser. So we have officially entered into, if you want to make money, do the opposite of what I think or what I do. We are officially in that territory. Sean's trade's looking good. AC13's looking good. I'm sorry. Arter B is not looking so good. He wanted to sell at 446. So he got in at 446. He averaged more at 448. Stop loss is at 452. Okay. So Arter B, good try. But it didn't work. Hopefully though, you were disciplined and you're out. Oh, simple setup did me wrong. Unbelievable. Did me dirty. Did me dirty. You're going to end up paying more now, simple setup, because you forgot about this thing called an activation fee. That's what happens when people don't listen. Yes, I realize some things appear cheaper up front, but there's other fees along the way. You can only do so much to help. All right. Well, quite the move. It just keeps grinding. It just keeps grinding. Yeah, exactly. Simple setup. Ultimately, your cost is going to be higher. I try to help you, sir. That's what happens when people don't listen, though. Ultimately, you will spend more. Because there's other fees along the way that are not part of Take Profit Trader. I don't believe in any of that stuff, Noki. If that stuff was worthwhile, I assure you they would not be selling it to the public. That I can tell you. Anybody selling an indicator, a bot, an algo, think about that. It's the law of diminishing return. The more people that use this thing, the less it's going to work. Right? Because if we take that to an extreme, let's say 100% of the population started using it because it was so awesome, it would no longer work. Because, again, I'm at the extreme, but if literally 100% of people use it and it said buy and then it said sell, well, guess what? There's literally no sellers, right? Because everybody's supposed to be buying. And then when it comes time to sell, there's not going to be any buyers because everybody's trying to sell. So in the extreme, that stuff does not work. If there's an algo, a bot, an indicator, anything that is truly worthwhile, people aren't going to be selling it. You gotta, that's my thoughts. That's not how the market works. Again, it's a great sales pitch. It's great for the lazy. I'm not calling you lazy. I'm just saying in general, it's great for lazy people that want to show up and not do anything. But yes, if there was an algo that actually worked and people sold it, eventually everybody would use that algo, rendering it useless. I talked about this yesterday, but I'm telling you, the economic concept of the law of diminishing returns, learn about it. It is so valuable in so many areas of life. I hope you do, simple setup. I hope you do. I sure spent a lot of time with you yesterday, and then you did me dirty. You're right. Indeed. All right, we are approaching maybe a short. Maybe a short here. I am going to go short. Double whammy, resistance, VWAP, purple line, 50 period moving average. Up here we have the VWAP and the 200 period. So I'll be looking to get short up around that area. Chart acting funky at times, just heads up. Tradovate was acting weird for me earlier, but it seems to be back to normal. I don't know if that's maybe that's just me. I have no idea how they have their server set up. But yeah, for me, Tradovate has not gone sketchy for probably over an hour now at this point. Let's see if it wants to come up a bit more. This is still kind of no man's land. I suppose I could get really aggressive, get short here, build some more, maybe build some more, and then put my stop up there. But that's one of those where if you're wrong, it hurts. Now, if you're right, it's glorious. I like this candle here. I like it. I don't know what to do with it, though. Yeah, now, let me be very clear, Noki. If you have your own script, if you code your own algo, if you code your own indicator, that's cool because that's you doing all the legwork. But anybody out there selling an algo or a bot or an indicator, no. No, no, no. But yes, if you're doing it all, yeah, maybe that could work. That could work. But you're not cutting corners. It's you putting in the sweat equity. I want a short. We're going to do this. Let's see if this is the type of day. I want a short, therefore I'm going to go long. I'm just going to go with one, though, because this is kind of an experiment. 1 MNQ. I want to go short, therefore I'm going long. Here we go. I'm doing the opposite. Again, instead of shorting at the green line, I'm going long. It seems like it's one of those afternoons. Whatever I think, if I just do the opposite, I'm going to be making all kinds of money. All kinds of money. So here we go. Now here's where it's like, now do you still do the opposite of what I'm doing, right? Because earlier I said, hey, if you want to make money, do the opposite of what I'm doing. But now I'm doing the opposite of what I thought I would be doing. So should you still now do the opposite? Or because if so, then you'd be back at my original plan. So we got a brain teaser here. Again, I'm thinking short, therefore I'm going long. The George Costanza method of trading. It is opposite day. But maybe I don't even get filled. I guess we'll see. I can't say I've ever watched any SpongeBob. So I'll take your word for it that there was an opposite day episode. All right, am I about to get my opposite trade? Oh! How did I not get filled? Fill me, you dirty rat. No, Omar, I'm not calling you a dirty rat. Okay, Omar, calm down. I called you a Kool-Aid drunk cult member of the gold, but I didn't call you a dirty rat. I'm calling this a dirty rat, so calm down, Omar. Don't pull the victim cards out of your pocket too quick. Anybody that was here, I don't know, 30 minutes ago should hopefully get the reference. Calm down, Omar. I can see you right now typing frantically, all upset. I'm just joking around, Omar. Let's everybody just calm down. Take a breath, Omar. Take a breath, buddy. Okay, I'm in. I was thinking get short up around this area, so I'm doing the opposite. I'm going long. Hey, good job, AC13. Exactly, Trader Cat. Omar, relax. Well, not looking so good right now. We'll see. We'll give it a chance. But man, if that was a short, And that would have been like an 8-point scalpy scalp, just like that. Unbelievable. Can we all see? Hopefully I'm not the only one that's had one of these. Omar, relax, Omar. Okay? Take it easy, Omar. Well, that didn't work either. I guess I should have stuck with my first trade plan. Go short. Oh, boy. Literally the only thing I've done smart today is just trade with appropriate size. Everything else, man. We need Omar here to help us. Yeah, I know. Come on, Omar. Clay is. Oh no. Yeah, I'm human, all right. What was that? Was that Monday? I had a day recently on the live stream where I was up 1,800. Then I went down 200. So I literally gave back all those gains. And then I did end up closing up 1,000. So there's actually a good lesson in that one. I made a dumb move, but I didn't do more dumb, which can compound into just totally wrecking accounts. But no, I'm human. But now this is a genuine good trade, and I will take it. See if we can get a bounce off here. I'll put my stop just right below here, because we also have the pink line over here as potential bounce point. Now, if this drops down too far, I'll have to cancel the trade because my risk profile is going to be... Yep, so cancel. Risk profile now too big. Never mind. Are you kidding me? Listen. Again. If you've been here, all this makes sense. But I've had some winning trades. The problem with the winning trades is I never quite get that oomph. I never quite get that follow through. But here the one where I do the opposite of what I wanted to do. Not only would it have worked from the short side... Look at this great follow through. I mean, we're at what now? About 30 points of follow through? You can't make this stuff up. I swear, man, some days the market is just like, today's your day. Opposite of the opposite worked out. Yeah, so now that was the opposite of the opposite. Unbelievable. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, good grief. Please, use code Clay for my sanity. Oh my. I literally went long at like the I wanted to go short. I was like, let me do the opposite. I went long, which stopped me out and would have been an amazing short. Talk about like a case study in psychology and just bad days. I know we're at 2 hours and 45 minutes, but if you're looking for like a real life case study on trader psychology, this may be worth a live stream just going back to the start and just watching it all the way through. Holy smokes. Has anybody else ever had a day like this though? Can you give me a 5 in the chat? Like if you've been here longer, if you've been here for a good chunk of the live stream, has anybody else ever had a day like this? Can you hit that 5? Hopefully I'm not the only person in the world that's ever had one of these days. I mean, I said 5, but close enough, Brian. All right, just Brian. Okay, all right, good. Dark Angel, Ness, Chris. Okay, that makes me feel better. So I'm not like a total read. There's at least like 5 of us in the world. I have a day like this every... Come on, man. All right, thank you. I appreciate the 5s. I call them Candid Camera Days. That is a good name for them. Well, I don't know if is there a new. What time is it? Was there like a bond auction or something? I'm curious. Is there what? Where do we have any idea? No, no. Last noon wasn't. No, noon was a note auction, but that's long past. So yeah, nothing really that I can see that. I guess it's just kind of normal action right here. It's why I cut the grass. Yeah, I probably should have gone cut the grass. I am interested in a long down around this area. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just remembered. Sean and... No, wait. AC. Sean, it's approaching your stop loss. All right. I might be interested in trying to catch this knife here. My 25K pro account still has the new smell. Been very conservative today. Have you made any trades on it, Chris? Okay, final fill. All right. All right, Sean, we're rooting for you. Stay away from basically this line right here. That is Sean's stop. Stay away. Well, did not quite come down as low as I wanted in order for me to get long. But Sean's still hanging in there. Anybody else have a stop loss down around here in the chat? Again, even if you're wrong, nothing but respect. At least you had the courage to throw your trade plan out there ahead of time. I'm looking to get in long soon. Okay, Curtis. Could you have been any more broad in that statement? $5.25 target. Rug pull end of day. Well, that'd be bad for you, Sean, if they read rug pull before then, because we're pretty close to your stop. But so far, you've survived. So far. Gonna hold off on the short for now, which probably means you should go short. Yeah, I'm gonna be disciplined. I'm waiting to see if this thing wants to come down to the 410 area. Then I'd be interested in potentially trying to play a double bottom-ish type situation. But yes, it is whispering in my ears to consider a short here, but I'm gonna hold off for now. I'm not. What are you talking about, Bart? What are you talking about? You still going? What do you mean? What do you mean? Asian low, 21,393. No, that's some sort of typo. The Asian low, there's no way the Asian low is like 400 points below where we're at right now. Just a waiting game right now. Currently an SOH order has been deployed. Sit on hands. So I'm just sitting on my hands, trying to be patient. 21, 2. No, Tar, you're having all sorts of... Uh-oh. Oh, no, Sean. No, not like this. Don't do Sean like this. He seems like a nice guy, actually. Not like this. Oh, good try, Sean. Good try. Okay, I'm in. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Where's my... I can't even tell where my entry point's at. Bounce. Ooh, that happened so quick. I wanted to add, but no, never mind. To be fair, it never went down to my add spot anyways. The white line is the low of the day, which also happens to be the overnight low. But yeah, that was because I missed my add. Had I gotten that, then my average would have been like right around here. So that would have actually been very solid, but I had to just kind of reposition. Hey, nothing but respect, Sean. I appreciate you posting the trade. I appreciate you being disciplined. So it seems like you got pretty aggressive adding all those times, but I've been there too where I've added and then you get stopped out and then, yeah, not so good. But hey, nothing but respect. You had the courage to post it and it just didn't quite work out. Bobby T, go short. Hey, Bobby T, how about you go short, Bobby T? Or better yet, how about you buy me an account and then you can tell me when to go short and I'll go short. We got a deal, Bobby T? I'll figure something. I mean, it's not. There's nothing to figure out. Go buy me a take profit trader account, and then yeah, you can tell me to go short, and I'll gladly go short. You timed the bounce perfectly. No. It would have been much better had it come down here and bounce off these, so I could have added. Timing the bounce perfectly, or would have been first entry like right here. That would have been perfect, but I got myself kind of twisted around. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Thanks for being encouraging. It happens. Live to fight another day. Sizing wasn't huge, so no worries. Good. Appreciate it, though. All right, next time on the Sean, remember, let's get the numbers ahead of time. Everything mapped out ahead of time, and that'll be a thing of beauty. I'm kind of tempted to try short here. See if this strong side momentum still here? Are the sellers still here, or are the sellers done already and the buyers are back? Yeah, I went long, Bobby T. Bobby T, here's a little pointer. As a general rule, fine. I have nothing against it. But if the price is above VWAP, I only go long. If the price is below VWAP, I only go short. Again, I don't have anything against it per se from just like a kind of a general mentality, but I mean, trading is a little bit more nuanced than that. I will say that. Trading is a little bit more nuanced than, oh, if it's below, I can only go short, or it's above, I can only go long. Like I said, a little bit more nuanced than that. Again, I understand the general kind of idea, but like, to be like, wait, what? You went long when the price was below VWAP? What are you doing? It's like, okay, let's everybody calm down here. Everybody needs to calm down. LK Trades, hello. Yeah, it was a quick scalp, Bobby T. So when are you going to buy me an account? So you can tell me to go short, and then I'll go short, Bobby T. That is going to be my new reply to everybody. That just is like, Clay, go long. Clay, go short. I'm going to say, you go buy me a take profit trader account, and I'll do whatever you say. Then I can keep it short and sweet. I think that's a good reply. Added here 410. Okay, and where's your stop at, Sean, on this trade? How far? I don't know PLTR, but I'm not going to take a look at PLTR right now. We're in the battle right now, day trading futures, Raul. Yeah, I would agree with that. It seems to be kind of like a go big or go home thing, Parasite. Because I agree, some of these stops are huge. Hey, Angry Sushi, are you Andrew? Be honest, I'm not going to ban you. But Angry Sushi, are you Andrew? Again, if you are, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not going to ban you. But I'm curious. I'm testing my instincts here. No, okay. There was somebody here, Andrew. He was constantly like, "Hey, are you going to do a giveaway? You should do this giveaway." Usually, if anything, I do giveaways to my premium members. Stop move to 400. Good, good. All right, Brian, I like it. Sell 439, stop 455. All right, all right, all right. No, he never got banned. He just said he was moving on. So I said, okay, all the best to you. I guess he decided to give us another try. But no, he never got banned. Hey, no tar. What do you have a current trade on, or what's your next trade plan? RZLV to double before close of Friday. I don't know. Nobody knows. Those stocks are total degenerate gambling. Nobody knows that. Bobby T, you got to get yourself into futures day trading, man. See if it wants to come down or not. Yeah, I think for my own mental, it's just the cult is such a real thing that if you try to fight it, it's just there's just too many there's too much Kool-Aid. So I just got to start to ignore it. Like it is what it is. It just joined Russell. I don't know what that means. Oh. Yeah. I've heard that. Oh, we joined another. It's gonna no. Those. Waiting for 3:30 to put on a trade for MOC. Gotcha. I'm gonna just keep calling things fake breakouts, fake breakdowns, and if people want to be like using their cool terminology, fine. Bernazna. Kool-Aid. Yeah. Some people have too much Kool-Aid. Exactly. The guy's he's a good marketer though. He has just repackaged things that but hey, he's done a good job. He's added some snap. I wasn't quite good enough. I the way I taught things not quite as snazzy. Calling something a fake breakout or a fake breakdown, yeah, not quite as cool sounding as liquidity sweeps, You've never heard of the reference of don't drink, like people that drink Kool-Aid, like they're part of a cult? You don't get that? Yes, that's why it's a reference. Like these people were such blind believers that they literally drank poisonous Kool-Aid. Clay aid. Yeah, clay aid's what you want. That's the good stuff. It's healthy for you. Maybe a short, maybe a short. If I think this is some sort of dead cat bounce here. Hey, Joshua. Where you been? Where you? We were all worried for you. We're all saying, where's Joshua at? $37. No, I can do that. I can do that. I just got off work. Gotcha. Well, good. I'm glad you made it, Joshua. Maybe. I'm for anybody new to the stream. When I look over here, I'm not like looking out the window. I'm not looking at unicorns prancing by, or a field full of Sour Patch Kids. I'm just looking at another monitor. I don't know, Notar. I don't know. You're the expert here. I am planting a field. They just have not sprouted yet. They haven't hit puberty yet. No, I get all that, Sean. I'm just saying all that stuff is just repackaged. Like it's nothing new. My problem is the person portraying it makes it seem like they discovered all this new stuff. No, it's like after I learned what the things were, I'm like, that's just what I would call that's just a fake breakdown, or that's just a fake breakout. But no, he has repackaged it in a way that makes it seem like he's got some sort of magical mystery. And it's like, no, it's just supply and demand. Right? Like, here's what happened here. A whole bunch of demand showed up. There is not enough supply. Therefore, big plunge down. Supply overwhelmed demand. Here, all of a sudden, what showed up? If you said that the demand showed up, you would be correct. And if you also said at that point in time, the demand overwhelmed the supply started to dry up, but demand stayed the same, and that's what caused it to bounce back upwards, correct. Now, I do understand that's a very boring way to go about it. But that's in all actuality, that is what happened. The market is just supply and demand. So right now, there is more sellers, there's more supply than there is demand right now. That's why the price is going down. So now it's just a question of where if you're looking to go long, where do I think demand is going to overwhelm supply? Where do I think supply is going to disappear so that demand can take back over, hence push the price back up? That's all trading is. But again, I realize liquidity sweeps and this and that sounds way cooler. That sounds way cooler. It sounds like there's a magical mystery out there, and this, these concepts solve and they've discovered them. No, there's nothing to be discovered. It's supply and demand. Correct, Sean. Yeah, I'll agree with that. The market moves from points A to B with squiggly lines, and the squiggly lines is what makes trading hard. But if that is the case, wouldn't you be looking for a short? Not necessarily. I would, just because supply is currently in control, if you think that supply is about to flip and demand's about to overwhelm supply, then that would not be a good spot to short. But yes, just because the sellers are in control at an exact moment in time doesn't mean that you should be going short. That means that could result in chasing a trade. That's kind of what FOMO is. Stop. It has nothing to do with market makers. Market makers are just part of the auction. People act like market makers and all of a sudden just stop the price from going down. No, that's how market makers go out of business. Because they buy, and then they just get crushed. Or people act like market makers can just cause the price all of a sudden to go down. No, again, market making firms go out of business. They go out of business because, sure, they have some requirements to provide liquidity, but it's provide liquidity. It's not control liquidity. It's not control the market. If market makers were as powerful as some people make them out to be, it would be impossible for market makers to ever go bankrupt or ever go out of business. But they go out of business, I don't want to say all the time, but they do go out of business. All they do is they are providing liquidity. They don't get to control liquidity. If they were truly controlling the price movement and everything, like I said, then how do they go out of business? That doesn't make any sense. But again, putting on my salesman cap, if I'm trying to sell something and then I say, hey, there are these very powerful mystical things called market makers, but guess what? I understand how these things work. So buy my system, buy my concepts. Like, that sounds pretty cool. That's actually a good sales pitch. For example, risk reward seems like this wants to break below the gold line. Okay, that's fine. Then what are you going to do? What's your trade plan? Bernaza, put yourself to the test. Give yourself publicly an entry point, a stop loss, and a target before the price hits any of those levels. But yeah, if you think it wants to break down below, well, you better get short. So where are you getting short at? What's that number? And then where's your stop loss at? I'm selling NQ from 22,302. From 22,302. That seems like a long time ago. Hey, Christopher, how about you buy me an account and then I'll gladly short. You buy me a take profit trader account and I'll short, Christopher. Do we have a deal? Then how do they go out of business, G. Brooks? Again, I'm not saying that they cannot contribute to pushing prices up and down. Because yes, they are part of demand. They are part of supply. So by definition, if they are providing demand and then other people are jumping in and providing demand, well, sure, prices can go up. But the thought is market makers literally control the price. Like, they can just say, I want price to go up or I want price to go down. If that were true, how do some market maker firms over the years, how do they go out of business? You're not addressing the point of contention. Let's see. Maybe a long here, actually. You're going to, okay, go buy me an account, Christopher. Go buy me a take profit trader account and then let me know. And then you can tell me when to short and I will gladly short. Or maybe they just get steamrolled. It's not a mystery. If a market maker has to provide liquidity at certain levels and then the liquidity continues to go against them, they're toast. Like, it's really just a simple equation. People want to overcomplicate it, though. Do you recommend ES or NQ for beginners? Neither. I recommend either MES or MNQ. M stands for micro, and the P&L is just going to fluctuate slower. That'll allow you to ease your way into the futures market. But yeah, if you just start with NQ or ES, oh boy. Well, right, G. Brooks. But my point is that's irrelevant. That has nothing to do with the point I'm making. That's like me talking about something with grass, and then you're like, yeah, Clay, grass is green. And it's like, well, okay, it's green, sure, but that has nothing to do with the point I'm trying to make. So it sounds like we're in agreement. Yeah, okay. I am specifically addressing the argument that somehow market makers literally control the price and can make it do whatever they want. No, manipulation is not true. But even if it were true, who cares? For example, let me just, for sake of argument, let's say that manipulation does exist. Okay? So we have this, or let me get this out of the way. So we have this, and this is 100. What in the world is my problem? I mean, I got a lot of problems, but all right. So this is 100. Again, just for argument's sake, let's just say that manipulation exists. Okay. And then let's say you're watching the price because you use a chart and you see this. Okay. And can you guess what under the pretense that manipulation exists? What, does anybody have any ideas of what the manipulation is? What is the manipulation? What is the manipulation? Again, just under the pretense that manipulation exists. What is the manipulation in this situation? Hey, thanks, Cinderella. I'm glad that helped you. Okay, I'm mainly asking you, Ventito. I'm mainly asking you. But anybody else can chime in. Oh my, see, I love this question because you can tell immediately who are the tinfoil hat people who way overthink things, who can never accept a simple solution. What are you talking about, Money Printer FX? I contend to you that there is manipulation. And I also contend that what I just drew, you can see what the manipulation is. Does anybody see what the manipulation is? This is amazing. This just proves that the human mind requires big, elaborate explanations. I am saying, somebody's like, well, does manipulation exist? I'm like, okay, well, let's just concede. Let's say manipulation does exist. And let's say that in this situation, there is manipulation. Can anybody tell what the manipulation is? Thank you, Straight Doc. Good grief. Am I losing my mind here? Thank you, Travis. Yes, I do live stream every day, starting at 11 a.m. Come on, there's got to be more than 2 people that see maybe some manipulation that's occurring in this image that I drew. By the way, the white line is the price. The white line represents the price. My mind is blown right now. Holy smokes. Okay. Straight Doc and Travis. Well done. Well done. So in this situation, again, do I think there's manipulation? Oh my goodness. Okay. Or Vento. I was talking about this image right here. Oh. Okay. So just to advance the conversation and illustrate why who cares if manipulation exists. But let's just say it does exist. And let's say you're watching the price action and you notice this. What could you say the manipulation is? Well, I would hope you would say, well, Clay, it seems like this algorithm, this AI, this bot, these market makers, whatever you want to call it, it seems like the manipulation is, hey, buy at 100. Because if you notice, the price just can't quite get down through 100, right? So that seems to be what the manipulation is. Buy at 100, buy at 100. Don't let the price down below 100. Like, does that make sense? Like, could that be the manipulation? If you were watching the price action and you just saw it continually bounce off 100, could you therefore say, oh, so the manipulation, again, now do you know if it's a bot or AI or market makers or an algorithm? You may not know that, but is it plausible that, quote unquote, the manipulation is don't let it get below 100? Buy at 100. Is that plausible? Does that make sense? Does anybody see that? Or is it just straight Doctor and Travis? Seems like there's only 3 people in the world that would be able to recognize manipulation if they were looking and seeing this. Oh my goodness. I don't care about the why. That's the problem. Why? But the why doesn't make you any money. Just look at the price. The price action gives you money. Okay, anyways, so for the people that are not overthinking this and putting on tinfoil suits, the next question would be, okay, as traders, let's put our heads together. If this is the manipulation, as a retail trader, is there any way we could take this information we're looking at, this manipulation, and leverage it in our favor to make money? Anybody have any ideas? My mind is amazed right now. Again, we've noticed some manipulation. Is there any way as a retail trader that we could take this manipulation that we're observing and then leverage it to our favor? If so, how? Okay, oh my. We're just conceding for the sake of conversation that we'll just say manipulation exists, okay? My point is it doesn't matter whether or not it exists. And I'm proving that by showing if it exists that we can still spot it and leverage it to our advantage. That's the point here, people. So again, does anybody see any way that we could leverage this, that we could make money from this manipulation? Does anybody have any ideas? Kevin, thank goodness. Martins, thank goodness. Chris, thank goodness. All right, we have some people here that, oh goodness, some hope in humanity is being restored. Good grief, I swear. No wonder why trading is so hard for people. They want to overthink everything. Okay. Okay. So some people said this, to which I agree. Some people suggested, you know what, Clay? If the price comes back to 100, buy. I agree. Because it seems like the manipulation is going to cause it to go back up. So my point is this: who cares if there's manipulation? Because even if there is, that is the power of a technical chart. Because what is being manipulated? If you just assume manipulation is taking place, well, what is being manipulated? The price. Fine. What tool in the market tells us what's going on with the price? Oh, a technical chart. So if somebody is manipulating the price, then that is going to show up on the technical chart because the technical chart is monitoring what the price is doing. Case in point right here. The manipulation is don't let it get below 100. And if we notice that as traders, we can leverage that to make money by saying, well, hey, why don't I just buy at 100 or buy at 101? And then when it bounces, I can get out. Does that make sense to people? Holy smokes, that was like pulling teeth. So who cares? Do I think manipulation exists? I don't. But even just because, so I can avoid but yes it does. Like so just so I can skip over that argument, I always just concede. Okay, fine. Manipulation exists. It doesn't matter because it's going to show up on the chart. You know. Christopher, like I said, put some money where your mouth is. Buy me a take profit trader account, and then you can tell me where to short. Other than that, you're just empty words, hindsight, armchair quarterbacking, throwing stuff and seeing what sticks to the wall. This just takes me 6 months of learning. Galino, I don't know what you're even asking. I don't know what you're asking, man. But with your track record on the channel, I've learned that I gotta kind of take that with a grain of salt. Then why did I get stopped out at 95? Well, not in my example, not in my manipulation you didn't. My example there, it wasn't dropping below 100. So per what I just mapped out there, Angry Sushi, that didn't happen. Surely you're not hinting at there being stop loss hunters. You don't want to bark up that tree, Angry Sushi. If you do, then I have some oceanfront property in Iowa. I would love to sell you. Again, I swear, people don't listen. G. Brooks. What did I just tell you? The reason I don't believe manipulation exists, but for the sake of having to avoid this discussion that apparently you want to argue about, I'll just say that manipulation does exist. But as I just showed, who cares if it exists? That's the power of a chart. That's why charts are a great tool. Do people not, I guess maybe to be fair, there is a delay. That was the big message, so maybe Gary's been typing that up for like the past 15 minutes. But he's literally arguing against something that I just said, I don't want to argue about it. I'll just say that it exists, and then I can demonstrate why, even if it does exist, who cares? It's just amazing how people, they just cannot take supply and demand at face value. They've always got to put all this sort of extra baggage on it. Oh, can it be facing the eastern coast of I? To be fair, the eastern coast does have a coast. I guess I don't know. I don't know what a coast is defined as, because the eastern side of Iowa is the Mississippi. So if a coast is like a beach, or like if a coast is, it butts up to water, technically speaking, Iowa does have an eastern coast. Okay, G. Brooks, it's true. What does that have to anything to do with what I just talked about? It has nothing. Like I said, that whole time, I was just assuming it is true. I don't know. Some people are just like, they're so attached to like, but it is manipulation. Okay, fine, who cares? If you're that concerned about manipulation and you are trading in the markets, you are an idiot. Because apparently you are in a situation where you have zero control, because this manipulation can show up. So if that's true, that's fine. But you better not be a trader, because that shows a lack of brain power. Because there's no way I'm putting myself, like, for example, would I cross a busy street if it was all manipulated and I actually had no power, no way to gain an edge, no way to have a strategy to get across that street? No, I'd be like, all right, I'm not even going to try to cross the street. People want to use manipulation so they don't have to blame themselves. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. It wasn't my fault I acted like a degen. It was the manipulation, the market makers, the stop loss hunters, right? At the end of the day, people that are that gung-ho about manipulation are just looking for somebody to blame because they don't want to blame themselves. No, I use BTW. I use Take Profit Trader. Why are you engaging this so much? Why? Because it's because I've been live streaming for 3.5 hours, so I want to engage it. Why does it bother you that I'm engaging? Right? Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. Ammo testing. People claim it's all rigged. Okay, fine. Then you better not trade. Why would you ever put your money in harm's way in a system that is rigged against you? Like, that seems stupid. Again, if crossing a busy street was rigged, like rigged for me to get hit by a car, there's no way I'm going to cross the street. I'm just like, okay, well, I'm not crossing the street. So that's a telltale sign. People don't actually believe this stuff, because if you believed it, why are you putting your money in harm's way? Hey, Doc, how you doing? Exactly. Why are you engaging with your audience? Why are you getting passionate? I mean, I personally don't think live streaming is a skill, but is it a skill? Like, would some of you, like, I don't know. Would some of you show up and be like, okay, chat. Well, first off, I'm not even going to engage with the chat. I'm also just going to talk like this, because I don't want anybody to think that I'm mad or frustrated or anything. So right here we have, at the 21 EMA, we have a candle with an upper shadow. So because of that, maybe the price will come down. I'd be a little careful though, because I mean, if it wants to pop up, you got to be careful of that. Although we do have the purple line here, which is the 50 period simple moving average. And that has provided resistance before right here. So that would be a consideration. Some of you may be chatting, but I don't engage with the chat. And I'm going to keep this monotone voice so that people don't get concerned and have to question, why do you get frustrated? Why are you mad? Why are you happy? What kind of goofy conversations? We won't have any of that. So we're just waiting. I don't really have anything else to say because I'm not going to engage with the chat. So I'm just gonna go silent, awkwardly silent, and we're just gonna watch this consolidate. I see the chat box moving, but I don't engage with the chat, so I'm not sure why people are doing that. Let's go back to just observing. I mean, if that's what you guys want, that's fine. I can do that. I can do that. Or I can talk. So I know some people think I'm all upset and angry. Anybody in my real life knows I'm a passionate person. But there is an entertainment component to this too. I think people forget that. Like I am trying to also be a little bit entertaining because there is a business component to all this. Use code Clay. That puts a little, you get a promotion discount pricing, but I also get something in my pocket. Like I am also trying to be entertaining. So yes, engaging with the chat, getting a little animated. There's the business component too. Okay? So I think some people leave out on that. That's right, Bernaza. Are you new? Do you think that this is a charity? I'm a nice guy, but I'm not that nice. I got 6 kids to feed, brother. So use code Clay or else you're pro child starvation. I guess people are, I don't know. As I've always said and will continue to say, it's not a tried and true system, but you can always tell who probably didn't play sports growing up, who's never had a coach bark at him, who's never had a coach maybe get a little passionate, maybe, come on, what are you doing? You know, you're supposed to hit the A gap, you know? You can always tell because like I'm talking like this and some people will be like, wow, why is he so mad? Why is he yelling? I'm not yelling. I'm just passionate. I'm having a good time. So you can always tell who I don't know, who maybe just sat inside too much growing up playing video games and whoever went into the real world, played a sport, I don't know. I never played instruments. Our band directors, I will say this, at Ohio State, when you'd watch the band practice, oh my goodness, I would cry. That band director, when he had the megaphone, he would lay into people in Ohio State's band. Holy smokes. So maybe it doesn't have to be sports. Maybe you've never been in a band where you've had somebody get on your case. I don't know. But you have some people here that I don't think they've ever experienced anything. Because I assure you, if you've played a sport or an instrument where you had a band director or a coach or somebody bark at you, you're looking at me and I might as well be Mother Teresa. You played the electric triangle? Is that even a thing? Your coach was always drunk though? So like Bernaza, I think, I don't even know. For all we know, he's living in his mom's basement. We don't know. It's hard to know. But he seems very easily offended. Do you have any Clay Trader hats or t-shirts for sale? Used to, but not anymore. We are out. No advice, just entertainment. You think it's all business. Yes, there is a big business component to this. Absolutely. As I always say, and I'll probably say at the end of this live stream when I get there, if you enjoy the live stream, use code Clay because there is the component where this needs to be worth my time. If I'm going to take time away from my 6 kids and my wife and my family, it can't strictly be a hobby. And I do enjoy this. It's fun. And I think the proof in the pudding is when I'm going at least 4 hours. So I enjoy it. But if there's no business value to it, if it's not worth my time, then I got to be a good father and husband. I can't be sitting here doing this when there's no business value to it. So, but as of now, I appreciate everybody that's used code Clay, continues to use it. There is business value to it. So yes, Benazzo, if that offends you, that I'm just being transparent, that yes, there is the business component to all this too. Toughen up, son. Toughen up. I'm trying to go back. Because I know I went into my thing where I ignored the chat, and then I saw the chat blowing up. I'm like, stop it, you scumbags. Now I got to go back up. So I apologize. If I did miss your chat, it was intentionally, but not like intentionally. Part of the point. My kids are 13 down to about 18 months. I'm glad you are not offended. When is finally pumping? Oh, I don't think I've if I have apologized, it's been probably more of a sarcastic thing. We're about to make a new daily high. Oh, really? Really, Alex? So how do you are you where's your stop loss at, Alex? What causes what? Don't even get me started on that talking point. Oh boy. Don't even get me started on the never mind. That topic might get me a little trouble. I'm going to bite my tongue on that one. I'm going to go ahead and bite that. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and put what are those big trap? Grizzly bear, you know those big claw things? I'm going to go ahead and put that on my tongue for that one. I'm not going to. Oh, that makes way more sense. All right, you're 16. Now you make so much more sense. Thank goodness that you didn't say that you're like 30. I would have lost hope in humanity, Gallon Ho, if you were... Okay. I will be a little bit more compassionate to you then. Well... I don't know if I'm trying to fit a square peg through a round hole or not, but I'm going to watch that trend line. Yeah, no. I'm like I said, my heart has softened quite a bit knowing he's 16. That makes that I'll put it this way. That's great that he's 16, already interested, fantastic. But yeah, that I'll just say it this way, that makes so much more about him make sense. Had he said he was 30, like I said, oh boy. Good job, period. Keep it up, period. I'm in bachelor mode, by the way. Bernazda, she's so offended. She's probably... How many tears have you shed so far since you've been here, Bernazda? How many? It's okay. How many tears have you shed? Clay, new sub here. I buy and sell stocks only now. Got more experience. Would futures be... Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, Martinez. Are you day trading? Okay, yeah, then futures is definitely going to be way better than stocks. And this comes from I used to day trade stocks and options, and I will tell you futures make stocks and options look like paint drying, including crypto and Forex. Futures and the way they move, the way the point system works and they add up, futures are way better. But also futures are dangerous in the sense of this right here, and this is an argument for day traders to day trade futures through a prop firm though. So this is just Pam's plant, we call it. It's an argument. So one great reason, there's no pattern day trading rule. So you can literally make as many day trades as you want every single day. But this is why you want to do it through a prop firm, because of the movement. Futures move, and they move very, very, very quickly. But by using a prop firm, you have all these additional benefits that the prop firm, explained right here. So yeah, do not just do PAMs. Do not just go trade futures with your own money. Very, very dangerous. Make sure it is Pam's plant that you're doing because of that reason. But yes, I am very, very, very confident that if you go and you try day trading futures, you're going to look at stocks and be like, yeah, futures are way better. Yeah, don't trade with your own money. That's you're taking on unnecessary risk. You are being inefficient. Correct. Yes, tax reporting is easy. They'll just send you a 1099 and that is it. Yeah. Let me put it this way. I trade with my own money, bro. Another way you could have written that is I risked my own money. Yeah, why risk your own money if you don't have to? Oh yeah. Futures make Forex just atrocious. Futures are just atrocious compared to I'm sorry, Forex is atrocious compared to futures. Hey, Laura Croft, we were asking about you a couple days ago. We were like, where's Laura Croft and her emojis? Broker's account. Again, what I'm using for my broker and my setup is twofold. Fold number one, because I am in a prop firm, I'm with Take Profit Trader. That's the link at the top of the screen. So step one of that would be going and selecting your purchasing power. Make sure you use code CLAY so you get the 30% off. And then after you select your purchasing power account, you would come down here and they'll ask you what platform. The one I'm using and that you see is Tradeovate. Now, the key thing here is that you do not, I repeat, you do not need to go to Tradeovate and sign up for a new account. Take Profit Trader, the prop firm, will create that account for you. So you get to skip that step. It's really convenient. And then they will send you the login information. They, being the prop firm, will send you the login information. And then you take that login information and go to Tradeovate and then get signed in. So that is my broker. That is my platform. Like I said, it's a two-layered thing. Layer number one, I'm doing it through a prop firm. That prop firm being Take Profit Trader. And then layer number two, I am doing Tradeovate. I just passed the 150K. Well, they will email you because today's got to finish. So keep your eye on your email. Lost 15K trading own money. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Martinez. I don't know if he's still here. But yeah, why risk your own money if you don't need to? If doing prop firm, get a 1099 as an independent contractor. Get a good tax guy who will find a lot. Yeah, exactly, ammo testing. Yep. How long did it take you to set up your platform? Do you mean this right here as my platform, or do you mean the prop firm? Yep, what? I asked you two questions. Sorry. Do you mean the prop firm or the platform that you see right here? Oh, yeah. I have a video for that. As far as the trade. Again, Martinez, that proves nothing. Okay. What's your best trade? But fair warning, I'm going to make your best trade look like garbage. Fair warning. But you up 20K proves nothing other than, as I'm about to show you, how inefficient you're working. Because I would say that if you're that good of a trader, which apparently you're a pretty good trader, you think. If you're up 20K in 1 year, you would be up way more than 20K. Way more than 20K. So it's like I said, you seem to be giving that 20K number to illustrate the fact that, hey, I'm like really good. I'm up 20K. But again, I fair warning, if you tell me your best trade, I'm going to make that best trade look really inefficient. I'm going to rain all over your parade. That's fine, Martinez. Some people don't want to listen. If you want to keep risking your own money, so be it. Go for it. Go ahead. Go trade futures with your own money. And when it's all gone in the blink of an eye, just remember what live stream tried to warn you. No, Angry Sushi, stop. What do you mean switch careers? If by switch careers, Angry Sushi, you mean you're going to quit your day job so that you can become a day trader, don't do that. That's a really bad idea. Do not do that. Keep a full-time job, trade on the side until you can actually prove you know what you're doing. Well, how much money do you normally put in a trade, Martinez? I'll approach it in one way that I think will help illustrate. So, how much money are you usually putting into a trade? What was I going to do? Oh, I'm sorry, Bernaza. So yeah, Bernaza, you asked about a platform right here. I have this video that I'll walk you through how I set mine up. Not that mine needs to be set up in the way that it is, but this will at least give you familiar with the platform and how it all works. So yeah, I offer that video right there. Good job, Sean. Good job, Sean. Oh, ooh. I'm short. I chased a little bit, but I like the breakdown. All right, out. I had to be quite aggressive with it just because that was a chase. I don't know how much I made on it, but yeah, not the greatest of entry points, and but I chased. Okay, that's fine. All I'm asking, Martinez, is how much money do you normally put in a trade? That's key. Like your normal position size, like how much money would you put in a trade? Good job, by the way, in life. I don't know what you do in life, but good job to have 100K account. That's great. Good job. Okay, well, Angry Sushi, I would encourage you to just cross one bridge at a time. Cross one bridge at a time. There are things you can do with your health and all that sort of stuff, but you are so far ahead of yourself right now. I don't know where you're at in the spectrum of things, but step number one, prove that you can pass the prop firm evaluation phase. That would be bridge number one. Let's get there first. I put 100K in a trade most of the time, if not more. Okay. That's fine. So, okay, what would you say? What's the most you've ever made on a trade? What is the most you've ever made? You're usually putting in 100K, maybe more, and I know you're using margin, so that's. Oh yeah, ammo trading. I will say this, in my community, there are some old dogs that are really good traders, and they're always like, why would I risk my own money? Why? Okay, past money made. Okay, congrats, $5,000. Okay, so this is the power of futures trading with a prop firm. Because like I said, you usually put in $100,000, and you have a little bit more than that at risk because of margin. Now, I do realize that it's not like you have literally $100,000 at risk, because it's not like one of your positions are going to drop down to zero and you lose all 100,000. But very, very realistically, you could have a few $1,000s at risk. When you have that much money into a trade, you could easily lose a few $1,000s. No, Larry, that's not how this works. Again, Larry, you've got to be fair. To say that he's risking $100,000 because he puts $100,000 in is not accurate. The only way that he would lose $100,000 is if his position drops down to zero in the blink of an eye, right? So theoretically, you're right. He's got $100,000 at risk, but is he actually risking $100,000? No, not really, because the chances of it just dropping right down to zero are nothing. But here's the thing. But okay, so 5,000 is your best. You're usually putting in over 100,000. Okay. Well, let me just walk you through some math right here on how futures work. So let's take a pretty conservative move. We'll look at this breakout here. Nothing huge. So this move went from, let's call it 445 up to 457. So that difference right there. So again, this candle here from there to there is basically 12. There's a difference of 12. 12 what? Well, 12 points. Okay, so 12 points. Now, you seem to like some very volatile things. That's fine. So let's use NQ. With NQ, 1 point equals $20. and that is per contract. So this movement here, per contract, 12 points, and like we just said, each one of those points is worth 20 times 20. That's $240 per contract. Okay, so that's where we're at right now. $240 is what this very, very modest move would have been worth per contract. But how much money would actually be required? Well, let's now take a look at the prop firm. So because you have a whole lot of money, well done again to you, in theory, you could come down and do this. You could get yourself $150K of purchasing power. That will cost you $252. But the cool thing with prop firms is that you can do this. You can copy trade, which allows for very, very impressive growth. So copy trading means you can have up to 5 accounts. You can make one trade, but then if you copy that to the 4 other accounts, now all of a sudden you've made that one trade actually 5 times. So that's another component that we need to keep track of. And let's say, because again, you have plenty of money, and because you can get up to 5 accounts, let's say you want to get 5 of these accounts. So that means that it would require out of your pocket 5 accounts times 252 each. That would require $1,260. That's also your risk, because if you break the rules of the prop firm and they take it away from you, meaning you go and you lose right here $4,500 because you don't manage risk, then they will take the accountants away from you. Now that doesn't mean you lose $4,500, you just lose $1,260 because that was the cost of your 5 accounts. So now you have 5 accounts and you are copy trading. So now let's go back over here and think about the numbers. Remember, this little movement right here was worth $240 per contract, okay? Well, how many contracts could you have gotten? Well, for each one of these accounts, you could have gotten up to 15 of those contracts that, again, are worth $20 per point. Well, let's go a little bit more conservative. Let's say you only got 10 contracts. So remember that 240 that we just talked about, that 12 points, right? 12 points at 10 or $20 per point. So we had 12 points. Each one is worth 20, 240, that's per contract. But again, in this situation, you had 10 of those contracts. So we got to multiply that by 10. So that's $2,400. But that's only one account. Because you bought 5 accounts and because you're copy trading 5 accounts, we've now got to multiply this times 5, times 5. So right there is $12,000. But how much was at risk? How much was ever in harm's way? $1,260. So by taking way, way, way less risk, which is illustrated here, this is one of the things, the added risk control, you protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? Because you're putting very, very, very little of your money actually at risk. So for $1,260 actually at risk on 5 accounts that you copy trade for a very modest 12 points at 10 contracts, that's $12,000. So we just beat your best ever trade of $5,000. We doubled it plus some with way, way less risk. And just to reiterate, this is a very modest move. Like this movement right here is not a whole lot. That's just like a 12-point breakout. So that is the power of Pam's plan. Day trading futures, but through a prop firm, because the prop firm insulates your risk so much more. So I hope that makes sense, but there we go. That would be some calculations. That's why I say, mathematically speaking, Pam's plan is the most efficient way. That's not some blind opinion on my part. It's all based in math. You're welcome, Martinez. Thank you for listening. And like I said, use the prop firm that's up above, Take Profit Trader. And then if you do choose, I don't know why you want it. It's worth at least a try, right? Worst case, you're out. And I'm not saying you have to start off with 5 accounts. I'm just illustrating that if you're usually putting $100,000 in a trade, like you could put quote unquote $1,260 into a trade with your 5 accounts as you copy trade, and your risk is $1,260. Yet if you get a modest trade, it adds up quick. Thanks, Martinez. I'm not going to, no, Christopher. I can assure you, Christopher, you should definitely, if you ever move into futures, be using a prop firm. I'm not going to help you go burn your cash by giving you some futures broker so that you can go use your own money in there. Absolutely not, Christopher. I'm not going to be an accomplice in the suicide of your money. I refuse to have a bonfire with your money, Christopher. Yeah, okay, Martin, I trade mostly, yeah. As a former Tesla trader, I assure you, futures will make Tesla trading look like paint drying. So technically ammo. Once you get to the pro account, in the pro you'd get to keep 80% of that. Pro plus you'd get to keep 90%. So of the 12,000, let's multiply that by 80. Whoops. Not 8. I forgot the decimal point. So I guess it would be 9,600, huh? We'll just make sure. There you go. You'd get to keep $9,600. So risking 1,260 to make 9,600 bucks. Now I know some people have said, but Clay, if I use my own money, I get to keep 100% of the profits. That's a fair point. That is true. But my question to all of you is, while you do, that's true. If you use your own money, you get to keep 100% of the profit. You also get to keep 100% of something else. What is this something else that you get to keep? Again, it's a fair point, but if I use my own money, I get to keep 100% of my gains. That's true, but you also get to keep 100% of something else. What is this something else that you get to keep? Pride, huh? Dignity. Yeah, exactly. The risk, the losses. So for me, if I'm looking at things, because this is the game of risk management, if I'm looking at things from a game of risk management, I'll gladly sacrifice 20% of my gains in order to keep massive, massive downside protection. It's been a serious emotional ride for me making my. Well, that makes sense, because when you have, when you have that sort of money in a trade, whoo. I just joined your chat room. Which are you talking about my private community, Tom, or this one? Oh, well, first off, Tom, welcome. And yeah, that's kind of an ongoing joke. We just always say to buy the dip because it seems like the market only goes up. So yeah, that's just a joke. It's meaning buy the dip. How fast can you go from test to pro? The test lasts a minimum of 5 days. Now, I know some prop firms are like, you can pass on 1 day, but the key thing with the prop firm you have to understand is, well, how long until I can actually get what are called payouts? And some of the prop firms where they say you can pass the test in 1 day, in all actuality, the first time you have a chance to get payouts is like 8 or 9 days later. But with Take Profit Trader, sure, the test is 5 days minimum, but on day number 6, when you're in your pro account, so assuming you pass in the 5 days, you can take as long as you want, but it's minimum of 5 days. But on day number 6, and that's what separates them from everybody else, you can start to request payments just like that. And then you can request payments every single day. Other prop firms, they don't quite let you do that. You will eventually get paid all your money, but it's a little bit more rigid. With Take Profit Trader, again, you could start getting paid right away on day number 6. So that's the one thing that you got to keep in mind with any prop firm you see that advertises passed in 1 day. That's true, but then there's basically another test period where it's going to take you all the way up to like day number 8 or 9 before you have a chance at being paid. But with Take Profit Trader, sure, it's a minimum 5-day test, but day number 6, you could theoretically start to get paid. Like I said, you can take as long as you want. A simple setup, come on, man. I devoted so much time to you yesterday, and then you did me dirty, and you didn't even use Take Profit Trader. I don't know if I have the mental capacity here, simple setup. You did me dirty yesterday. That was rough, man. But the test, you can take as long as you want. I suggest get it done within a month, because after the month, that monthly payment goes away. So if you're doing, let's just say the 50K. So this monthly fee is only during the test phase. But once you pass the test and move to the pro, again, that goes away. There's no more monthly fee. You still get real-time data. I mean, it's a pretty sweet deal. Well, this orange line here, I've been eyeballing it as we talk about the prop firm stuff. Great questions, by the way. Hopefully this is helping people. But yeah, kind of just stalling, talking, shooting the breeze. Potentially interested in a short down below that area, but we'll see what happens. It's all on the website right here. The criteria here to go to pro is you got to show that you can make 3,000, but you got to manage risk. They don't want you losing 2,000. Now maybe you're saying, but Clay, I've never made 3,000 in a month. How can I? I assure you, because of this right here, fact about futures and how they move, $3,000, nothing is easy in trading. So I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying because of the way futures move, because of the way the point system works and how, the dollars and cents adds up, $3,000 is more than reasonable. Again, not easy, but it is by no means some sort of far-fetched, crazy idea. And anybody here that trades futures, hopefully you can back up and say, no, yeah, that is reasonable. Why would you want to trade in Bitcoin? Trade what moves the best, Bulls Algo. Step out of the Bitcoin arena and trade the most liquid markets. So trade futures and step into either the MNQ or MES markets, okay? Yes, there are Bitcoin futures, but why would you put yourself in a choppy mess? Trade things that are smooth. DB Thomas, Clay, thanks for your efforts here. I just started my sim and Tradovate and have 3 days under my belt. 2 days to go. My first. That's awesome. Oh no. My first day I had 1,700 profit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can only make 50% of your target during the test phase. Do they charge commissions? Yes, but very minimal. You won't notice them. Do I have to pay just to get the test? No, you pay to buy the account and pass the test. So you have to pay to get the test. I've been blowing up my account 3 times in the last 2 months with Pro. Yeah, just keep at it, Dreamer Joker. Keep grinding. Again, look at the accounts you've blown up and your cost, and then run the numbers with, had I lost the amount I lost with those blown accounts, what happens if that was my real money? When you look at that, you're like, okay, yeah, blowing these accounts, it could have been way worse. Christopher, I got to be honest. I don't know how much more of you I can handle. Clay is one of the best suggestions I've ever heard. Sit on your hand. Yes, the SOH. By the way, DB Thomas, I have to ask you the most important question. When you signed up with Take Profit Trader, did you use code Clay? No, you'll have to learn a new platform, Ammo. But this video will help you out. I had to learn. Sure, it's a little obnoxious at first, but I'd like to think this video can really speed up your learning, assuming you want to use Tradovate. So I walk you through how to set things up, how it all works. It is a nice platform. It's very nice. Thank you, DB Thomas. I appreciate it. All right, we'll see what happens. Take Profit is the prop firm. So the way it works is this, Ammo Trading. You'll go to Take Profit Trader. You're going to select what purchasing power you want. So you'll select that. Again, use code Clay. So you get the 30% off. And there's also 0 activation fee. And then after you select that, they're going to ask you what platform do you want to use. At that point, just select the option that gives you Tradovate right there. So that's why I say the platform, the broker I use is kind of twofold. I'm using the prop firm, and then through that prop firm, I'm using Tradovate. How often do you go live? Every day at 11 a.m. Eastern. Thoughts about trading pre-market for, yeah, once in a while I'll do pre-market. Once in a while. Yes, Take Profit Trader does. You can see that right here, actually. Boop. There's Trading View right there. Why not Trading View? I don't know. I just like Tradovate. I like these charts. All right, let's see what it wants to do. Ooh, is it time to short? I don't know. If it goes sideways, a couple more candles, I'm going to take that short to the downside. Thank you for the live stream, bro. See you tomorrow. Market dead. That's what I mean, Martinez. With the futures, man, there's always some opportunity out there. But yeah, look more into it. I'd say it's at least worth a try. With the capital you have, you could at least take a small little risk, buy an account, see what you think of futures trading. But warning, if you start trading futures, you're going to be like, oh yeah, this makes Tesla look like paint drying. Do you trade on any orb? I mean, I don't know, not really. All I say with the orb strategy is, and I'm not saying this is you, Tim, but some people show up and like, well, I use the 15-minute orb strategy, which means overnight range. It's like, okay, so if you wait 15 minutes, my cursor, I swear. But unfortunately, trading is a little bit more hard than, okay, let's wait 15 minutes. Let's see where the high was and let's see where the low was during the 15 minutes. And then if it goes above, I buy. If it goes below, I sell. Like, that can work from time to time, but unfortunately, trading is a little bit more of a challenge where that's not going to necessarily be a consistent way to go about it. So if that's kind of a pillar from which you build from, fine, but it's going to require a little bit more brain power than wait 15 minutes, map out the high, map out the low, and then just buy or short. Somewhat, Tim. I like the overnight high and overnight low. I do pay attention to that quite a bit. Have traded small cap stocks for 28 years in futures. Oh my... I'm copying. I got to get this into the live stream. Our newest convert. The win rate stays at 100%. That's the point of the live stream, to tell people about Pam's plan. Check it out. Have traded small cap stocks for 28 years, and futures are by far the best way to go. Thank you. I constantly pound the table. Small caps, low floats, going for short squeezes. Yeah, maybe that made sense 5 or so years ago when there wasn't prop firms, there wasn't micro futures, stuff like that. But in this environment, that stuff makes no mathematical sense. I demonstrated that yesterday and demonstrated it earlier for Martinez. The amount of money that is needed to put at, it's just crazy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Our newest convert to Pam's plant right here. Let's go. Day trading futures through a prop firm, all summarized right there with Pam's plant. So truly a thing of beauty. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for being open-minded enough to go give day trading futures a try. By the way, Hooch in the chat right now, he is the one that told that's how I landed at Take Profit Trader. Hooch, I started the website in 2013. He wasn't the first person to ever sign up for it, but he has been with the site since the beginning in 2013. Fantastic trader. He got into futures way ahead of me. He got into prop firms way ahead of me. So when it came time, I did seek out his counsel and wisdom, and he was like, hey man, go with Take Profit Trader. Basically all the reasons I'm telling you. Great set of rules, daily payouts, and then he even was very blunt. He said, and from a business standpoint, you can get affiliate codes. So how did I hear about Take Profit Trader? Why did I select Take Profit Trader? Because of that dude right there, who is Canadian. So at the end of the day, if you're not happy with Take Profit Trader, blame Canada. That is the solution. Blame Canada. But then if you have one single day in the no, what do you know? You can have red days. But like on the 50K account, you just can't lose $2,000. Like if you get in a trade and you lose $2,001, well then yeah, they'll take the account. But I mean, you're allowed to lose $300. It's not like if you have a red day, then your account's gone. But yeah, they are going to require you to manage risk, which is why one of the other arguments right here. This is a benefit of prop firms. They have rules. And yes, you know what? These rules are going to force you to manage risk. But you know what? Here's a little secret about trading. Trading is actually all about managing risk. So if rules are forcing you to manage risk, to not get greedy, to focus on position size, to focus on risk control, those are good rules. Now, yeah, are they going to prevent you from going out there and acting like a degen? I mean, you can still go act like a degen. You're just going to fail the test very quickly. Yeah, if you have the prop firm, you're going to have these rules. But these rules are intended to self-impose upon you good risk management. Ammo testing. With Take Profit Trading, the consistency rule is this. Only during the test phase, you're only allowed to make 50% of your target. So with the 50K purchasing power, your target is $3,000. That just means in a single day, you're only allowed to make $1,500. The reason for the rule is they don't want somebody to go out there, YOLO, get lucky on one trade, make $3,000, say, see, I passed. They're saying, no. You got to show some ability to have consistency. So that's all it is during the test phase, whatever your profit target is to pass the test, you're only allowed to make 50% of that amount. But again, to reiterate, after you pass the test, and once you move to the pro account, there's no consistency rule. You can make as much as you want every single day. Yeah, it's worth certainly a try. Like, absolutely. But yes, there's no. It's okay to be red. It's okay to lose money, but that there are limits to which they want you to lose because you got to show that you can manage risk. I've been following you on YouTube for several years, and have been watching your stocks to watch videos most every day. Throwing money at small caps daily, you might as well. Yeah. And my evil business plans, my business I guess plans. Like I'm still doing those top 10 videos on small caps, on stocks, because I want to get my name out there, spread the net, and then bring them to the live stream, and then smack them in the face with Pam's plan. Be like, hey, do you realize there's a better way? So yes, I definitely have ulterior motives with that top 10 stocks list I do every day at close. I'm trying to get those people to at least be made aware to at least consider Pam's plan, because Pam's plan, mathematically provable, is definitely better than day trading small cap stocks, low floats, all that sort of stuff. As I've done now a couple times, you can give me your best ever small cap trade, and Pam's plan is gonna rain all over that parade. Is there a fee for the pro account like activation fee? Good question, Larry. So the way it works with prop firms, including Take Profit Trader, is it costs money to buy the account. So again, with code Clay, you get 30% off. But then there's also things called activation fees. And the way that works is this. Once you pass the test and then you go to the pro, well, you need to activate your pro account. So with Take Profit Trader, usually this activation fee is $130. But with code Clay, not only do you get that 30% off, this also drops to $0. So there is no activation fee. So quite literally, your all-in risk, your all-in cost is right here at, whatever you purchased. Now here's just the insane return on investments. I don't know if Alan is here, but Alan, I think last Friday was kind of bummed out because he got a pro account. He then actually got payments. He got payouts as they're called, but then he blew the account. He broke some rules. So I was like, well, how much in payouts did you get? And Alan was like, well, I got $2,000 in payouts. And I said, okay, well, how much did you have in? And he's like, well, my journey went like this. I went and I bought an account for $119. So he had $119 in, but then he blew the account, right? He lost more than $2,000, so they took the account away from him. So again, does that mean he lost $2,000 out of his pocket? It doesn't. He just lost $119 out of his wallet. But the cool thing is Take Profit Trader, they'll let you try again. It's called a reset fee. So the nice thing here is that with the reset fee, it's only $100. So he didn't have to pay $119 again. He just went and he bought the account back. He reset the account for $100. So he had $219 all in. That was his total risk because that's what he put, that was his cost. And then, like I said earlier, he went and he actually got $2,000. He passed the test, went to the pro account, and made $2,000 before losing the account. Well, let's run an ROI. So he made $2,000. His total investment was at $219. So let's subtract by 1, multiply by 100. That's an 813% return on investment, which seems like a scam, but it's not. That's just a powerful thing. When your all-in cost, when your all-in investment is so small, if you go on a run, then you can generate some very, very impressive return on investments. So that is the power of it. And it's okay. People blow prop accounts all the time. That's part of it. I've blown many test accounts. I've blown pro accounts. Blowing accounts is part of the prop firm game. But the key thing here is that when you blow an account, it's not like you're losing thousands and thousands of dollars. You're losing a couple $100s at most. Clay, what would you consider as a good percentage for winning trades? I'd aim for, I don't know. It really depends on your strategy. Some strategies, you can have less than a 50% win rate, but you can still make money. I mean, I would definitely aim for, try to get around 60%, but it's not like it's got to be 60%. Could you add Pam's plant to your YouTube channel profile? Probably could. Never did. I was looking for a short this entire time, but as of now, it continues to hold strong. Does the Tradovate platform cost money? Nope. All your fees for Tradovate are included with this. Like I said, when you pay this during the test phase, you get live data. And the cool thing is after you pass the test and then this fee goes away, so there's no more monthly fees in the pro account, you still get live data at Tradovate at no extra cost. So I mean, it's a pretty sweet thing when you think about it. Is anyone here considering going to take private trader? It's a no-brainer. Ask yourself this question: am I going to refuse to invest 130 in something that could change? Yeah, exactly. Well, not even 130, really. Depending on what size account you go with. Minimum 25K, $105. But again, that's literally your risk. If you blow the account, you're out $105. If you go on a streak, you pass the test, you start to get payouts. Man, even if you just get $500 in payouts, that's still like a 400% return on investment. What size of couch does Hooch trade? I'll let him speak to that. I don't want to. Yeah, it's small potatoes when you consider that one bad day with your own money can result in thousands of dollars gone. Ironsmith, hi. I'm the first time. What is your streaming hours? Usually I go around 4 hours, sometimes a little longer, sometimes a little less, depending on the like situation. But I start at 11 a.m. Eastern. Sometimes I'm early though, so I always tell people make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so that you're notified of when I do go live. But 11 a.m. at the very latest. You lost a lot of weight. Thank you. Yeah, that's one interesting thing about the YouTube channel. When I started it, I was a little bit more pudgy. But yeah, people, if you start way back when I started, and then if you were to watch all the videos, you'd see the transformation take place. Nope, no limit, ammo. Like I said, it's literally such a small risk, and then you have massive upside potential. That's what I mean. It does seem like a scam. Like you could literally risk. No, I would go in expecting you'll probably blow a couple accounts. That's normal. That's part of it. But still, you blow a couple accounts. Like I said, with Alan, he had $219. He blew one account, got it back, passed, pro account, boom. They make money by people failing. So one thing here that may be wondering is, well, yeah, how do they make money? How can they only require $105 and then they're going to go let you lose $1,500? Well, because this is all happening in a simulated environment. The test phase, why is that on their part? This is a simulated environment. I have had some people kind of get upset, like, wait a second. So I'm going to go make them $1,500. I'm going to pay $105 to make them $1,500. And then all I get is my pro account. That's what I get is my pro account. What about the $1,500? Well, again, this is all happening in a simulated environment during this stage. So there wasn't actually $1,500 being made. But they make money because if you're a degen and you show up and you buy 100 accounts over time and you're just a degen and you keep blowing them, well, they're making money every time you blow the account. Since it's simulated, how are the fills? Even better than live. Better than live. That's where some people are like, I don't want to go live. I want to stay in the simulator their entire time because the fills are way better. Ammo testing for you, it's certainly worth a shot. I think you will love it. I think you're going to be like, wait. Especially it sounds like you already know how to trade. So you could generate some insane ROIs. Staying in the Sims, you're not making money. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are, Tom. Because right here, the next phase after test is pro, and that's still Sim. Now, this is why I like Take Private Trader, because they do have a sustainable business model. Once you get to Pro Plus, then yeah, they throw you in a live account, which is good. Because in theory, if you just stayed in Sim the whole time, you could bankrupt the firm. Like if you start making $1 million days and then they got to pay you from all the test fee. Like, that's unsustainable. So that's why I like Take Profit Trader, because they actually have a viable long-term business model to stay in business. What do you think of Hood? Will it reach all-time highs again? I have no opinions on Hood. I'm a futures trader. I can't believe that people don't understand. Oh, hey, Alex, let's calm down. Alex, remember, Alex, be intellectually honest. There was a point in your career where you also did not understand how prop works. Right, Alex? That's a true statement. Right? There was a point in your trading journey where you also did not understand how prop works. Is that fair? Is that accurate? Yes, Rick, and then they also make money on your profit split. Yeah. There we go. I appreciate that, Alex. But that is why I do the live stream. That is the core goal. As I've always said, the point of the live stream is not to tell anybody or try to impress anybody that I'm a great trader. I'm here to talk about Pam's plant. That is a core goal because, to your point, Alex, believe it or not, there are a lot of people out there that have no idea about Pam's plant, that have no idea how awesome day trading futures are and how much better it gets if you do it through a prop firm. A lot of people. There's been a lot of people here. I have now, which is always a cool feeling, have had, in fact, today, DB. DB is our latest that has come back and said, hey, man, DB Thomas, I've been trading small caps for 28 years. In fact, I got a screenshot. I got to keep that screenshot. Do I still have that? Yeah, right here. I got to copy and paste that. I don't want to lose that one. Way too many small cap people show up, and I'm going to start to use this as kind of a little bit of testimonial about how, yeah, day trading futures are just better. So, yes, that is ultimately the core thing, because at the end of the day, I think it's pretty cool that I can make people aware of a genuine good idea. Nobody has been able to tell me how this is a bad idea. Everybody, now people have attacked me, like you're a con man, you're a scammer, you don't know how to trade, you steal money from kids, and it's like, okay, let's just assume all that's true. Let's just assume I'm a bad trader. So their position would have to be, well, you're a bad trader giving a good idea. Okay, so the idea is good. Well, yeah, that's a good idea, but you're a con man. Okay, so a con man is presenting a good idea. Well, yes, it's a good idea, but you're a scammer. Okay, so a scammer is presenting a good idea. Yes, it's a good idea, but I don't like you. Okay, so somebody that you don't like is presenting a good idea. Yeah, so again, that's the ad hominem fallacy. Best I've had so far is people attack me, but nobody's been able to tell me how this is actually a bad idea. Because it's not. It's a good idea. Mathematically variable or verifiable, a good idea. So that is the core thing. It's cool to be able to tell people about a good idea, legitimately help people out by showing them this, having people come back and say thank you. That's a good feeling. But this is also a for-profit business. And when people choose to use code CLAY, that's kind of like a cherry on top for me. I'm literally giving people a good idea that truly helps them out, that causes them to come back and thank me, and I get a little slice of the pie. That seems like a good setup for me. So yes, that does rub some people the wrong way. Some people are like, well, if you really cared, then you should just be, and it's like, no, I have a family. I got to take care of a family. This live stream, we're now 4 hours in. I have 4 hours away from my kids. I got 6 kids. I got a wife. I'm trying to be a good dad. So there does also have to be the component where this is all worth my time too. So that's where, hey, consider using code CLAY. If you want to go support somebody else, that's cool too. Use their code. But if you want to support the channel, contribute to making it quote unquote worth my time, then the live stream will continue. As long as, because it's fun. It is fun. I enjoy it. But like I was saying earlier, that's not good enough. As somebody that's trying to be a good father, I can't be taking time away from my kids just because it's fun. There does have to be a worthwhile business component to it too, which is where that, using code CLAY, chips into that. So just full transparency there. Yes, there is definitely a business component to all this also. But that's kind of the great movement. Yeah, there's no free lunch, exactly. It's still a win-win. Yeah, I think it's a great win-win for everybody. Why do people worry about paying the prop firm 10 or 20% for taking? Yeah, that's what I mean, or that's what I said earlier. Some people do show up and they're like, well, prop firms are dumb. Because if I use my own money, then I get to keep 100% of my profits. I don't have to keep only 80% or keep only 90%. Like I was saying earlier, I mean, that's true. If you use your own money, you do get to keep 100% of your gains. You also get to keep 100% of the losses. You get to keep 100% of the risk. And for me, given this is a game of risk management, I'd rather sacrifice a little bit of my upside in order to gain backside, downside protection. At what point do they move you? It's ambiguous. If you start throwing around $20,000 days, they're probably going to be like, yeah, we got to move you to Pro Plus. You're going to bankrupt the firm. VIX broke low of the day. Yeah, not a lot of fear out there right now. Honestly, since I've been following you when you was doing stocks and options, I'm switching to futures literally right now and practicing. All right, awesome, Dante. Well, code Clay when you make the full switch. Good job, Sean. Good job, Sean. Well, on that note, if you're really interested now, a couple different things. I do have a couple prop firms. Take profit is what I'm talking about 99% of the time because I assume that 99% of you are beginners to the world of prop firms because that's my demographic. I'm trying to make people aware of this as I just explained. So if you are a beginner in the prop firm world, definitely start with Take Profit Trader. That will give you a smooth set of rules, great payment policy. Now, if you're an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader and you've never even tried Take Profit Trader, definitely give them a try. Seriously, it's going to feel amazing once you get to the pro account and you get those daily payouts. You're gonna absolutely love it. So even if you are a veteran of prop firms and have yet to use Take Profit Trader, definitely, seriously, give them a try. You will love it once you get into the pro account and get those daily payments, any amount you want. And just as an FYI, if you're an intermediate or advanced trader and you already use Apex, but you enjoy the live stream and you're wondering, hey, Clay, is there any way I can support the live stream? Then yes, as an Apex trader, if you use code Clay, that'll again give you the discount there and also be a way to support the channel. Yeah, that is pretty much it. Oh, I am giving a free class tomorrow. So if you want, I'll put the link in the chat, free webinar. I see everyone, Roby. I'll get to that in a minute. Free webinar. There we go. Check out that link right there. Hi, Clay. I've been watching your videos when I can. And after work, question. I started the TPD account almost a month ago. Yes, I used code Clay. Thank you. And failed the sim. All right, that's all right. Do I have to pay the fee to reset the TART test, or can I just... You can just wait until the monthly... Yeah, you can just wait. One Roby. I've been watching and learning for several years. Use your code on Apex and pass my... Hey! Well, first off, thank you for using code Clay Area Man, and congrats on passing. Good job. Very good job. And Doc, I deleted your message just because I'm trying... Again, the assumption is I'm working with beginners to the prop firm space. And so I want to make this a streamlined, not intimidating process. I don't want people to be overwhelmed. And in my mind, the quickest way to get people overwhelmed is if you convince them that day trading futures is awesome. You convince them, you show them that prop firms are really cool, but then all of a sudden you throw like 10 prop firms. So here are 10 prop firms to choose from. Now, yeah, from a business component, maybe that's smart because I have like 10 different affiliate codes out there. Maybe from a business standpoint, this is kind of dumb to only have affiliate codes to 2 prop firms. But like I said, I'm trying to keep this very streamlined. That's why for the beginners, just Take Profit Trader. I think that'll give people the best taste in their mouth. And then if they want to build their prop firm empire, at that point, if they want to expand to Apex or others, that's fine. But at the get-go, that's why I don't like people talking about other prop firms because it's going to create a sense of overwhelmingness when people... in fact, we had that with somebody already. Yesterday, I spent a bunch of time with somebody, and then I guess somehow, I don't know if they saw it here or somewhere else, they spent money on this other prop firm, and I'm like, you realize now that you're going to actually spend more because there's other costs along the way. Wait, there are? Yeah, dude, that's what I was trying to tell you. Take Profit Trader. You can't be everything to everyone. Well said, Tom. Well said. But by the way, Doc, I know you meant nothing malicious by it, so I'm not like upset. I'm just explaining why I deleted your message. But yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and call it good. We're almost at 4.5 hours. So like I said, if you're looking now to get into Pam's plant because you are convinced, hey, if a guy has to give up 10% of profits versus holding through, yeah, exactly, in an account to be able to trade. Yes, exactly, ammo trading. Why can't everybody be like you? That just understands it so logically. Exactly. Can platform you're using, can you hold multiple accounts? Yes. With Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 accounts at once, and then you can copy trade them right on Tradeovate. Do I start trading before the yeah, I don't do the live streaming at the open because I have my private community that I give my attention to, but I map out, things for them and make alerts and stuff like that, give watch list. And then that's why I start the live stream here at 11 a.m. Eastern. So that's kind of the logistics behind that. I mean, you're welcome to join the private community if you want. I guess I can turn that into a quick little sales pitch. So if anybody is interested in my private community, there we go. Private group. You can check that out right there if you are interested. All right, I keep saying goodbye and then people keep asking questions, which is fine. I don't mind answering the questions, but there we go. Well, thank everybody for being here. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, probably a little sooner. And I'm in bachelor mode. My family headed back to Michigan, so I'll be gone soon on a vacation. But my family wanted to get back a little sooner so they can meet up. So I'm in bachelor mode. So if I'm not here tomorrow, probably means I've starved to death. And I'm laying on my kitchen floor with like an open can of peanut butter that's empty and like some breadcrumbs. Something like that. So if I'm not here, blame starvation. Starvation got me. Iron Smith, thank you for being here. Dominique, thank you for being here. All right, everybody, I'll see you back tomorrow, like I said, at the very latest, 11 a.m. Eastern. Take care, everybody.